Commissioner Sadowski, you available online?
I am.
Great, thank you. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the June 6, 2023 City Planning Commission meeting. Summer is certainly set upon us right now. We appreciate everybody being here today, and the commissioners look forward to hearing your case. We understand every project is important and unique, and we want to make sure that we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid, we have time limits for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations and 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. Once we move into public comment, I will call on those who are in the council chambers first, followed by those joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep our meeting on track and expect public comments to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. In all instances, please limit repetitive comments. So as we get started with our meeting, I ask staff to provide some ground rules and instructions to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity with our meeting. So Joe, can you remind us of those ground rules, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is a hybrid meeting, we have participants obviously in the chamber, and we have participants online on Zoom. Whenever the chair calls for a public hearing on any case, we'll first start with those who are interested in speaking in the chamber, and then we will move to those who are participating on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hand whenever the case is called, if you're an applicant, and we will promote you to a panelist position. And whenever the planner gives their presentation or the staff person gives their presentation, if you're a citizen wishing to speak during public testimony, please raise your hand at that time. In both cases, if you've raised your hand, we'll promote you over to a panelist position. You have to accept that promotion. And then once you've accepted that, please make sure you're muted until you're called upon to speak. Last thing to note is that the chat feature in Zoom is intended only for questions about where we're at on the agenda or for technology related questions. It's not to be used for providing any testimony or discussion of the merits of any agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So with that, let's go ahead and begin our meeting, starting with the consent docket items. And I'd like to pull C1 out of the consent so we can talk about that, given our conversation last time.
Yeah.
And then we'll hear that after we go through the other consent agenda items.
Okay, we'll start with C2, which is case number CPC 2023-00054. A request to approve a project plan for Dutch Brothers at Staley Corners West, which is located at the northwest corner of Northeast Berry Road and North Indiana Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C3, case number final plat 2022-00040. A request to consider approval of Summit View Farms 6th plat to create 23 lots at the southeast corner of 139th and Horridge. And then docket item C4, case number final plat 2023-00009. A request to approve a final plat for Amethyst Place at 28th and Tracy. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And docket item C5, case number final plat 2023-00012. A request to approve a final plat in District MPD for 4 industrial lots in the KCI 29 Logistics Park located at Mexico City Avenue and Interstate 29. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of that case as well. And Mr. Chair, with regard to docket item C3, we're recommending that condition number 1 be removed.
Okay, thank you. So any questions from the commission regarding docket items C2, C3, C4, C5? How about you, Commissioner Sadowski? Okay, so with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C2, C3, C4, or C5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket items C2, C4, and C5 with conditions as stated, and C3 with conditions with the removal of condition number 1.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of those docket items. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0 for approval of those docket items. Okay, so before we hear C1, I'd really like to pull up docket item 11. If we could do that one real quick, Joe, because I know you're on a schedule as well.
Right. Thank you. Docket item 11 is case number MISC 2023-00002, declaring a citywide moratorium until June 1st, 2024 on the approval of any permits, plan review, project plans, or zoning changes where the subject matter of the project is a proposed demolition debris landfill, solid waste separation facility, or transfer station or sanitary landfill. Commissioners, I'll present what is proposed to you. Back in mid-May, the city council introduced an ordinance that would put this moratorium in place. Since it has to do with land use and zoning, it's coming to the planning commission for a recommendation. The moratorium really is as simple as what I just read off. It does propose that the city be prohibited from issuing any sort of approval, zoning or permit construction approval for any waste related facility in our zoning ordinance, which includes those particular types of facilities that I just mentioned. And this is all, I believe, in response to media reports of a proposed sanitary landfill in far south Kansas City. And just to be clear for everyone who's here, that would require some sort of zoning approval, and they would need to start with our office, and no one has approached our office as of today to inquire about how to file that or get that type of approval. Nevertheless, the council did introduce this, and they intend to take it up relatively soon. And staff has no concerns with the moratorium itself, but we do have a suggested edit to the language to make sure we don't inadvertently capture a proposed case right now that is not a sanitary landfill. It is a demolition debris landfill that is operating in error. That's coming forward on your docket, so I can't get into in the future, so I can't get into the merits of it. But from an enforcement perspective, we need to be able to approve that particular demolition debris landfill for a shortened period of time. If we don't go with the edits that we're proposing, you would be unable to approve that, and it would make enforcement harder or more challenging for the city. Then we're also wanting to clarify that, so that's what the date is of April 1st, 2023. It would only affect that particular proposed one. And then I believe there's one additional edit, and I haven't been able to pull up the memo, but I'm happy to try to pull that up and discuss that if you have questions about it.
Yeah, I think we probably better pull that up just to make sure we talk about it here.
Okay.
So today we're just looking at putting a moratorium on this and not necessarily talking about anything about the landfill or demolition landfill whatsoever, correct?
Right.
Yeah, so it's just a moratorium to enact that. So I'm just looking, as we go to public comment, if there's anybody that'd like to speak on this case, when we get to that point, we're only going to talk about the moratorium. We won't talk about the actual case itself, the demolition, whether it's warranted or not. So just the moratorium only. I'm not ready for public comment yet. Yeah, still waiting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm finding it.
So as you're looking for that, so say the application comes in, that you can't even review that from a staff standpoint or bring it before the city planning commission until June 1, 2024. Is that correct? I mean, what's it mean by having a moratorium? Can you?
It would mean that we can't issue any permits or any sort of approval. I don't believe the language would prevent us from reviewing something, but we wouldn't be able to approve it.
So it wouldn't come before this body even before that.
Right,
Yeah.
right. We wouldn't bring something forward to you all that you can't approve. You have no legal ability to do that if this passes. And I don't know if I mentioned, but this would be for about 1 year till June 1st, 2024. And like most moratoriums, this is being done to give the city staff time to do research about best practices and the city's overall waste related needs, rather than being forced to do that in a timeline that might be too quick. So that is the purpose of it.
Okay.
And the other edit that that I was referencing was adding language that prevents the expansion of existing ones too, because we do have a number of already existing waste related uses in the city. And that was I believe in discussions with Director Shaw and with the mayor's staff. I believe that the intent was to also catch any existing ones from expanding. And I don't think the original language captured that.
Yeah, and that's landfills and transfer stations and then,
Right.
yeah.
And if it would help, I can kind of describe the distinctions between those particular waste related uses. I'm not sure if you're interested in that, but I can do that.
What's the commission like to hear more on the difference between a landfill and a transfer station?
Oh.
You good? Okay.
Good.
All right. Find the language by chance. Joe?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the current ordinance simply states that the mayor and council hereby declare that there is a moratorium on the issuance of permits or other zoning approvals where the subject matter of the project is a proposed demolition debris landfill, solid waste separation facility, transfer station, or sanitary landfill until June 1st, 2024. What a city planning and development staff are proposing is to add language to it so that it reads that the mayor and council hereby declare that there is a moratorium on the issuance of permits or other zoning approvals allowing the expansion of or establishment of a new project when the application for said project was filed on or after April 1st, 2023, where the subject matter of the project is a proposed demolition debris landfill, solid waste separation facility, or transfer station or sanitary landfill until June 1st, 2024.
Okay. Any questions from the commission?
One question, is it correct to assume that if there was opposition, meaning someone wanted the opportunity to put something through in this next year, that we would hear from them today, and that you haven't heard of anyone from any waste management company thus far saying that this is going to be detrimental?
We have heard from some people who want to know if their use would be considered one of these uses, and we've responded to those folks. I don't know whether or not you may hear from them today, but I do know some people operating these facilities are aware of this because we've gotten those phone calls and emails. And in terms of a moratorium, there's no, because it's a citywide thing. There's no such thing as a mailed notice that we would send for this. So it would just be something that people would have to find on the agenda or hear from their network.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I guess I just have a real basic question. It sounds like the city does not require a new landfill within the next year. I assume the city manager has looked at the needs for waste management and decides that that's unnecessary and worth delaying. I don't know, Joe, if you could speak to that at all.
I think that's the intent of the ordinance. There's a clause within the ordinance that directs the city manager to assess the city's needs with regard to waste and to propose alternatives. So, that can take time because there's a lot, it's actually quite a complex ecosystem. So,
Okay,
I think that's the purpose of the moratorium, is to give him
Okay.
time to do
to
that.
give them time. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, any other questions? All right. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item. Let's see, this is number 11. Please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. And please note, we will call upon those that are in the chambers first. And we will only be talking about the moratorium, whether it should be a yes or no on that, and not the merits of the cases of whether or not it would be a landfill. So, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission. I'm Doug Stone, I'm attorney to Lewis Rice. I'm here today representing the Creekmore. Thank you. Representing the Creekmore Property Owners Association. And as well, the developers of the Creekmore subdivision just on the south side of 155th Street from where the landfill that we're not here to talk about today is located. What I am here to talk about is the ordinance that's in front of you for recommendation to the city council. And what I would ask, in addition to your support of this ordinance, is to consider making some additional edits beyond what Mr. Rexwinkel has recommended. And really what I'm trying to accomplish on behalf of those who are concerned is providing for a more robust study than simply an ordinance that says there'll be a study. What we'd like to see is more sunshine to the process and some benchmarks. That's all we're asking for. We're proposing that within a certain date, the city manager issue the RFP. We're proposing that within a certain date, the city manager engage the consultant. Within a certain date, the city manager publish a preliminary draft and that the report be completed by a date certain. I think what you can see from the people behind me here is that regardless of the merits of this particular site that has started this discussion, there is already concern that has developed. People are terminating purchase agreements for homes in the area. We just want to make sure that whatever the process is, that it's a public process, that it has benchmarks and completion dates. And I don't mean to be critical of the city manager. I think Brian Platt's doing a really good job, but I will tell you that several months ago, there was an original resolution, not an ordinance proposed, calling for a study and a moratorium of 6 months. No one has started that study yet, and 2.5 months have gone by. Just the fact that this is possible is causing economic damage. And so we're just going to ask that you please shed some light on the process and add some deadlines, and I'll be glad to stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Stone? I'm not sure if is Ashley able to view this document by chance?
I mean, the best we could do is scan it in, and we can scan it in and email it to her. But since it was just provided to us hard copy, we can do that. I just don't know if we can get it done quickly enough for her to see
Yeah,
it.
okay.
I'll text you a picture.
I apologize for that. The old guy doesn't do the tech that well.
You can text it to me. That'll work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anybody else like to speak?
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Rick Myers. I'm a Kansas City, Missouri resident. I live approximately 1 mile from this proposed site. We're asking for your support of this ordinance today to get the moratorium. We believe that land is one of the most valuable assets that a city can manage. The other most important piece that they can manage is their brand. Kansas City has done, and this group has done an amazing job in the last several years, turning Kansas City from a flyover city into one of the most progressive, advancing cities in the nation. And here's just a few examples. Recently, we've won World Series and Super Bowls and held dramatic parades. We've hosted the NFL for a draft. We've got a new airport. We've got a new aquarium coming. And in a few months, in a few years, we're inviting the world to the doorstep of Kansas City with the World Cup. No modern city is approving a landfill within their borders and putting it in population areas. We're asking that this moratorium be put in place for additional work and for the city council to add language to codify and respect their neighbors, work with their neighbors, and move where this landfill cannot be located at this particular location, where it's across the street from a school, where it's upstream from Longview Lake, where it's in the middle of a population area of 40,000 homes. So the question to this group is, will you support this and support who we are, people like The Current building a brand new facility, major organizations coming to Kansas City. You all have played a major part in that. Is that who we're going to be? Or are we going to go back 50 years and put a landfill in the middle of a population area? We ask for your support. Thank you. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak regarding docket item number? I'm having a hard time, 11.
Okay, it looks like we have another one in the chamber, but there's one person online
Okay,
also.
thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm not here today in support or against the specific ordinance. I'd just like to testify for informational purposes along the lines of what Joe was talking about with certain adjustments that we can make, I think, to make this ordinance not impact existing lawfully operated waste transfer facilities. I think the three things that I've identified is we want to make sure that existing facilities that have special use permits that expire are allowed to come forward and continue to come up and have renewals so that they can continue to operate. The city only has a handful of transfer stations, and if they were to shut down, that would materially impact the city's ability to collect and dispose of waste. The second concern would be if there was any sort of damage caused by natural causes, a flood, that a lawful business could come back in and get a construction permit so that they could rebuild a facility. And so that we would hope that any sort of committee sub on the ordinance would address that. And then I think it's also worth clarifying when we talk about waste related uses and specifically the definition of a solid waste separation facility, that we're not wrapping up recycling related uses, because I think that the city has a pretty robust desire to encourage recycling and diversion so that we don't have as much of a need for a landfill. And so if there was a transfer station, there was recently one that came forward to do shingle recycling, that they'd be allowed to add certain recycling uses that would not be wrapped up in the definition of solid waste separation facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak from the chambers? Okay. So you had one person online?
Pauline White.
Are they available to speak? We kind of need to move on here.
Colleen
Hello?
White.
Colleen?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, I'm sorry. It took a while to join. I apologize. Yes, good morning. My name is Colleen White, and I'm a resident in the proposed landfill area. And basically, if this project was to go through, I would lose my home. I'm one of the properties that the developers have approached wanting to buy my home at this point. We are not interested in selling. We've been here for 30 years. We plan to retire here. But if this project was to go through, and it's no longer a proposed project, the developer has appeared before the state legislature and very clearly announced the project. So it's not just a guess, it's real. So
Ms. White, we're only really talking about the the moratorium at this time, not the real.
Right, and
itself.
what I'd like to request something. Number one, we'd like to request that you do recommend the moratorium. And also, we had sent an email asking to send to all the commissioners, adding a section of language that would not issue a permit for the operation of a solid waste disposal area if the site is located within 1 mile of an adjoining municipality without the approval of the governing body of the municipality. We're asking that because we want to be good neighbors, and we're hoping that all the cities surrounding this proposed area would possibly or certainly against it at this point in time. And we want to not force a landfill on another municipality, even though Kansas City deems it appropriate if they should ever issue a permit, which we hope they don't do. Regardless, we would appreciate your support of the resolution and consideration of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No.
All right, with that, so let's go ahead and close public testimony then. And sounds like a couple of items maybe to discuss that were brought up from the public regarding so the moratorium itself, and then putting some deadlines on there to possibly bring on a consultant and when to have things completed. I don't know how the commission feels about that.
I have a general question. Can we change the start date for that year to take place? If we're looking at making these other additions, how would that affect the time frame they've already set? Can we change that?
Are you talking about the April 1st date that we're recommending, that our staff is recommending?
Mhm.
I mean, you could, but we picked that date because the application in question was filed before that date. So it was specifically picked to allow you guys to proceed with the forthcoming demolition debris landfill,
So
which
then
again is a very
That's-
different use than the
Then I'll
landfill.
switch it to the other end. Can we extend it past the year to accommodate some time that we've already lost?
Yeah, I think you can make that recommendation.
Yeah, the April 21st date's when it's looking to start, and that's just a
Mhm.
couple of weeks ago. Well, heck, that's over a month.
Yeah.
Time's flying.
My guess on that is that it'd be up to the city staff to decide if they needed more time to do the study. And my understanding wasn't that that was necessarily based upon allowing for enough time for the study, but it was more so to make sure that any project submitted after that date qualified and was caught in that statement. So my general thoughts are that recommendations on timeline with a consultant and are all really good ideas. I don't feel comfortable recommending them. I think that someone should recommend them to city council. I just don't think that that's my area of expertise or necessarily our area of expertise. So I feel like for me, it's something that we leave up to city council and or city manager and city staff to determine if that's something they want to do. I feel like they'll try to go with best practices. I like the idea of making sure that we have approval of an adjoining municipality if it's within a mile. But again, I don't feel like that's mine to recommend. I hope that it would be considered, though. The thing that I do feel falls within potentially our realm would be the comment on SUPs, and that maybe we should just add a line that says, that this doesn't include SUPs that are up for renewal. And then the fourth item, I didn't think that I'm not concerned about recycling being wrapped into this moratorium or confused with it. So I think the only addition that I would want to see would be a carve out for SUPs being renewed that are already in existence. And then again, I would encourage people who provided this really good feedback and these good ideas to provide those again to city council.
Can I get some clarity on the recycling facilities if we feel like that's going to get caught up in this, Joe?
Yeah, recycling facilities are a different use group in the zoning code from waste related facilities. So I do agree that if any facility meeting the use of recycling facility is not going to be confused by our staff for a waste related use. Those are waste related uses are specifically transfer stations and landfills and separation facilities.
Okay, great. I'll just comment that I'm wondering if we could amend the amendment that you provided, Joe, and provide just some general language about the city manager providing a timeline for an RFP process and procurement of consultants, not necessarily setting dates, but that he would need to provide some schedule around that prior to approval by city council.
And that's my concern. We've got a change coming in council. So how, I'm trying to figure out how that's going to affect this process if we're going to have change. That's why I'm asking for additional time on the end for you to do what we need done.
I mean, I think the goal of all moratoriums is to be as limited in time frame as possible,
Mhm.
number one. And I can't speak to the June 1st date since I didn't write this. I don't know if there was thought given to similar to what was presented to you with dates. Maybe there have been discussions about timeframes and stuff, but I was not privy to those. So I don't know what they are. I just know that they felt comfortable with the June 1st date. And there hasn't been a delay on this. It's followed the schedule. So I'm assuming that there wouldn't be a lot of concern with extending that date by the sponsors, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
And certainly the operators would probably care about extending it, but I don't know about the sponsors.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion we need to have?
So I think if I were to make a motion, I want to verify with staff that the intent is to make this edit that's provided in the staff report. Also to make an edit about preventing expansion of existing uses. And then the third that I would like to add would be somehow adding language about not disallowing the renewal of an existing SUP. Do you have a recommendation on that language and how to add that in here?
I would just state, I think what your intent is to allow existing ones that are operating under a special use permit, if they happen to expire in the next year, to allow them to renew during the moratorium period. And I'm guessing that you're also not wanting to allow them to expand, just renew.
Yes.
Okay, so I would just state that.
That sound good to everyone?
I'm
Yep.
good. Yeah.
All right, Chair Crowell, I move to recommend approval of docket item number 11, which is recommending that the city council adopt the moratorium and adding 3 different edits. One is outlined essentially with the memo that staff provided. Secondly, preventing expansion of any existing facility. And then the third edit would be allowing any existing SUP, should it expire during the moratorium time, to have the opportunity to present to potentially be renewed, but not expanded.
Second.
Okay. So what about, since got a motion and a second on there, the date of ending it from June 1st to extending that?
I was going to leave it there, although I do feel as though that's a great conversation to be had at city council, but I was going to leave it as stated.
Just wanted brought up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can bring up that was discussed by the commission, if that you're wanting them to consider extending the date.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that, Commissioner Sadowski?
I don't know if this necessarily has to be conditioned, but I think it would be helpful, especially given the change with council, to provide a schedule, a breakdown of the milestones of procuring the consultant, et cetera, between now and June 1st.
Yeah, in some ways, I feel like that would be hard to do, just given the change of the council as well as the time it takes to get an RFP. Then once you get somebody selected, the time it takes to get a contract signed. I don't think we can really set some dates on that. We can recommend that as part of the approved moratorium that the city has, that they do come up with their own dates. So maybe we can suggest that they add milestones as to when things will be put in place.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to set the dates for them. I just think that would be helpful to the conversation if the milestones were
Okay.
addressed.
I'd be happy to amend my recommendation or my motion to add the very soft language of, and we would like to see a very transparent process. It's my belief that this was done to add transparency and slow the process down. So adding to the motion that we would like to see a transparent process with published dates as the city's able to publish those.
Okay, okay. So I've got a motion and a second as amended. So
As
Lisa, can you
amended.
take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
I,
Looks like the motion passes for the recommendation of the moratorium with changes to language as stated, 5-0. Okay, let's move back to docket item C1 then.
Docket item C1 is case number CD CPC 2023-00028. A request to approve a project plan for limited motor vehicle repair in District B3-2 on about 1 acre generally located at Northwest Berry Road and North Green Hills Road. And Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Good morning, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners.
Morning.
I only have one slide to share with you, and I will share my screen as well.
As you get started, can you remind us of, so the last meeting, this docket item was continued and why it was and what you received from the applicant to.
Yes,
Take care
so this is a fairly small building. It'll be a oil change facility, Strickland Brothers. We are working as hard as we can to have more consistency in our design on Berry Road, but we do not have any codified design guidelines that require applicants to use a certain material. We always try to get the highest, best quality materials. You recently approved a McDonald's over here, and we're trying to have a consistent brick color, especially at this intersection of Green Hills and Berry. The plan that was presented to you at the last hearing, the applicant was proposing to paint the brick. And also they were proposing a gray, maybe blue hue, which was not consistent with what has recently been approved at this intersection. And the commission continued the case and asked the applicant to revise their elevations with a higher quality material, not painting the brick, and to use an earth tone color. The applicant did send these plans into staff yesterday. They will not be painting the brick. They will be using a cloud gray glazed brick, which it says cloud gray, but it is much more of a sand color. These are the elevations I received from the applicant yesterday, and they are maintaining their blue stripe, which is a part of their identity with their brand, which I believe the commission seemed to entertain that idea as long as we could get a better quality color when it came to the proposed overall elevations.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners on this update?
Your professional opinion, did you feel that this was a reasonable step towards what you all were looking for?
I think this will complement especially the project that we just approved, the McDonald's right next door, and sets the tone for what we expect to see on Berry Road. So my staff opinion, I think this is a great step in the right direction. I know Commissioner Sadowski was really concerned about the painted brick, and that is no longer the case.
Yeah, I was just looking at the elevations. It seems like the elevations still mention the painted brick, but as long as the elevations that you have, Andrew, reflect the brick as you described, I'm good with that.
And is the applicant?
Is it Eric Carlson?
I believe
Roy
so.
Smith? Okay. Eric Carlson has been promoted to a panelist.
Yeah, hi, I'm Eric Carlson with Code Group Architect. Just one clarification, the cloud gray is the brownish color brick for the main building. The glazed brick is just the blue band above the sill piece there. So that's the only glazed brick. There's just a regular brick for the rest of the building, and then that top is the ephes.
So it's brick below the blue line and ephes above, is that?
It's brick up to the eave line of the main building. And it's interrupted by the glazed blue, but otherwise the top and the bottom is all the same color brick. And then the ephes, which is just the top portion of the tower, is the ephes to match the color of that cloud gray brick.
Got it. Got it. I think that sounds great.
Okay. In this site plan, can you remind me of the medians and why the offset to the west and the way the medians kind of stick out to the center of the access road there, why we're doing that again?
From my understanding, it was for safer egress from the site when taking a right out from onto Berry. But if the applicant can also speak the coordination they have with the master developer and the McDonald's on site circulation off of Berry.
Yes, that is correct. We had to coordinate both with the master developer that did the Sherwin-Williams to our east. And then we also coordinated with the McDonald's to our west to just make sure that the traffic flows correctly, that especially with the McDonald's drive-through, things like that, that the circulation would work and be safer.
All right, any other questions from the commission? All right, so at this time we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one in the chambers appears willing to speak and no one online has their hand raised.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Any last thoughts from the commission?
Do you feel that this did what you were looking to do, or just a tiny step in the right direction?
Yeah, it's a tiny step in the right direction. I think I just have an issue with the overall site on Berry Road, especially because Berry Road is a major east-west roadway within Kansas City, especially the Northland. And we just need to have a better plan for the whole thing before it starts looking more like North Oak or and everything that they've gone through there. So I just have a issue overall with Berry Road.
Yep. And staff agrees that we need a consistent plan along Berry. This development plan was approved years ago and it called this use out.
Okay.
So when can we do a new plan?
You got to get a sponsor that is willing to do a plan, like an overlay or some kind of plan along Berry Road. And until we get that, someone to sponsor that and to help push that, it's not going to happen.
So it's council, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I would like to say that when we were designing this, we did take into consideration the surrounding buildings, especially since our last meeting. And I think that this is a great step forward in making it more comprehensive, making all these buildings look the same, especially the ones that front Berry Road. You have that Phillips 66, the CVS, the McDonald's, that will be next to us and that the Sherwin-Williams. All those colors are very comparable. Same design standards, same brick and ethos. And I think that it does, they're all very comprehensive. They all look very similar here. So it's a good step in that direction.
All right, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item C1 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C1. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
No?
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Like the motion passes 4-1, then thank you for bringing it forward and changes you've made, and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you.
All right, with that, let's move to our regular agenda items, starting with those that are looking to be continued to a future date, please.
Starting with docket item number 2, case number CD ROW 2023-00013 North Armada Vacation. A request to approve a vacation of North Armada Avenue in District AG-R on about 40,000 square feet, generally located north of Northwest 83rd Street and south of Highway 152. Staff is recommending continuance without fee to June 20th. Docket item number 13, case number CD SUP 2023-00013, a request to approve a special use permit to complete fill work for a demolition debris landfill in District R-80 on about 7.37 acres at around 11202 and 11206 East Missouri 150 Highway. Staff recommends continuance without fee to June 20th. Case number CD SUP 2023-00025, a request to approve an amendment to a special use permit to allow for a greenhouse to be constructed in zoning district R-80 on about 10 acres located at 9301 East 147th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to June 20th. Case number CD SUP 2023-00020, Franklin Elementary School, a request to reapprove a special use permit in District R-2.5 for the reuse of the Franklin Elementary School on about 4.5 acres, generally located on the north side of East 35th Street between Highland Avenue on east and Wayne on the east and Wayne Avenue on the west. That is continuance without fee to July 18th. Case number CD CPC 2023-00029, 1314 West Redbridge Road. A request to approve a rezoning without plan from District R-7.5 to District R-80, generally located at the corner of West Redbridge Road and State Line Road. Staff recommends continuance without fee to July 18th. Case number CD SUP 2023-00014, a request to approve a special use permit in District M1-5 for a warehouse and accessory structures and variances to the Boulevard and Parkway standards on about 3.75 acres at Belmont Boulevard and St. John Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to June 20th. Case number CD CPC 2023-00013, a request to approve a rezoning from R-6 to M3-5 to permit an existing non-conforming business on the subject site on about 6 acres located at about 3808 East 78th Street. Staff is recommending continuance off docket with fee. Case number CD SUP 2022-00045, a request to approve a special use permit in District B3-2 to allow for gasoline and fuel sales and any necessary variances on about 1 acre, generally located on the north side of the intersection of Hickman Mills Drive and Prospect Avenue, and staff is recommending continuance without fee to June 20th. Those are all the continuances.
There's one more, docket number 10. The applicant
Okay.
requested June 20.
All right, docket item number 10, CED CPC 2023-00068, a request to approve an amendment to the major street plan for the. realignment-
Larissa,
Yes,
this is Olafu. Can we hold and just hear it? Because I've been in communication with the applicant, so we'll hold number 10 till we get to it.
yep, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we're looking for continuances are docket items 2, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 20, correct?
Correct.
On docket item 19, I understand it's to be continued off docket with a fee, but I understand that might need to change to June 20.
Uh,
I was just curious about that.
The recommendation is continuance off docket. With fee.
Okay, so to remain off docket. Okay. All right, any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 2, 13 through 20?
Oh.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'll open it up for any public testimony regarding the continuance of docket items 2, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, or 20. Somehow we missed docket item 18 in here. Must be a mystery one. Okay. Hi, good morning.
Hi. I'm number 13, Jan Murray.
Okay.
And we have two lots out in Skyland Park, 54 and 55. And the gentleman that owns some of the other lots would like to make that a private road.
Yeah, I can only do a continuance of the case today. Just any comments on that? I can't get into the merits of the case right now.
Okay,
So,
so,
yeah, we're looking to continue that case, so it would be heard at our next meeting on June 20th.
June 20th. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to speak regarding the proposed continuances? Anybody online?
No one appears in the council chambers and no one has their hand raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to continue docket items 2, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19, and 20 as stated in the docket, and to continue docket item number 15 without fee to July 18th.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for continuance of those docket items stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0 for continuance of those docket items. So Commissioner Sadowski, you need to be recused until about 11:30, is that correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
I'll step away now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, leaves our commission down to us 4 lovely members here that are before you today. So let's go to docket item number 1, please.
Docket item number 1 is case number CD ROW 2023-00008. A request to approve a vacation of public right-of-way in District DC-15 on about 1,700 square feet, generally located on the east side of Wyandotte between 13th and 14th Street to vacate the east-west alley. The staff planner is Matthew Barnes.
Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Give me 1 second. Gotta share my screen. Okay, as stated, we have docket item number 1, which is a vacation of right-of-way at 1319 Wyandotte Street. Case number CD ROW 2023-00008. Here is the site. It is located in the Loop downtown. not too far away from us right now. Here's a zoomed in view, is located just east of the convention center area and municipal auditorium. And here's a zoomed in photo again, just kind of showing the highlighted area in yellow, which is the request to be vacated. And you can see its location to the Power and Light building, kind of to the southeast there. Here is the existing alley as it is today. The site may look familiar to you as it is the proposed site of the mixed use apartments and hotel on site with some commercial. The existing alley splits the two lots, which the building is proposed to be on. There are no public or private utilities located in this right of way. It is simply just an alley. The applicant has received the required 75% of the adjacent owners, as they are the owners on both sides of the lot. Like I said, this is in conjunction with the mixed use high rise that's proposed on the site. And they are keeping a pedestrian connection through there, as seen in the plans that you've already recommended approval of. Vehicular circulation, I'll go back two slides. There is not any kind of issue with vehicular circulation, as that alley does turn and go east. With that, staff recommends approval without conditions for case number CDROW 2023-0008. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item number 1? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chambers ready to speak, and no one has their hand raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item number 1 without conditions.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1. Lisa, can you take the roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Anders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
We did all that without any testimony from the applicant.
They are online, but
Okay,
thank you.
looks like the motion passes 4-0. All right, let's move on to, let's see, docket item number 3, please.
Docket item number 3 is case number CD SUP 2023-00010. A request to approve a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant within the Main Street Corridor Overlay District on about 1 acre, generally located at 3255 Main Street. And Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you. As mentioned, I'm going to be discussing docket item number 3. This is case CD SUP 2023-00010. The site in question is 3255 Main Street, zoned UR, and the applicant is seeking a special use permit for a drive-through facility within the Main Street Overlay District. So the site in question is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri, along Main Street. If you're familiar with the site, there's a close-up on my screen. It's adjacent to Home Depot, Costco, and that Linwood, Maine area. A photo from Google Street View is displayed on the screen now of the McDonald's in question. Now I'm going to start talking about the merits of the case. First, I want to start at a very high level, and that being state law, where we are discussing the powers that the Board of Zoning Adjustment has for Kansas City, Missouri. And I want you to pay attention to the first criteria, and it is highlighted. So basically what this section says, it identifies that the powers that the Kansas City, Missouri Board of Zoning Adjustment has, and that includes making decisions about appeals, powers identified in the municipal code, and variances when there is a hardship. And it specifically prohibits the issuance of a use variance. So it says that any city with a population over 350,000 or more inhabitants, which is located in more than one county, which Kansas City qualifies for, the Board of Zoning Adjustment shall not have the power to vary or modify any ordinance related to the use of the land. Subsequently, we have that same language in our municipal code where it talks about that the principal use in a zoning district cannot be varied by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. So this applicant is seeking to demolish the existing McDonald's and rebuild a new structure and dual drive-through lanes for their facility. The site plan is located on the screen, as well as some examples of the proposed elevation that was submitted in the special use permit packet. Now I'm going to go into what the Main Street Corridor Overlay District says. So this is ordinance 17-1037, talks about applicability when we use the Main Street lot and building standards and use standards. So it talks about how the overlay district kind of supersedes Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code. It also addresses what do we do in the situation of an MPD or a UR district. Those previously approved are exempt, except for situations where you're looking to adopt a new one or amendments to an approved MPD or UR plan. Then the full standards of the overlay district shall apply. And I'll get into some more case history about that section a little bit later, as well as understanding that new development must fully comply with the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. And as I mentioned, this is proposed to be a full demolition and rebuild. Where is this located within the Main Street Overlay District? Well, you can see that the corridor is broken up into several subsections, including neighborhood Main Street, transit nodes, and transitional nodes. This McDonald's is designated as a transit sub-district of the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. And there's also specific use standards for drive-through facilities within the Main Street Corridor Overlay District, saying that those facilities are only permitted in neighborhood Main Street districts. And as previously mentioned, this is a transit node. As when they are permitted, it's for banks, and that other drive-through facility uses are prohibited within the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. Now to go back to that case history that I mentioned before. So this subject related to the specific McDonald's has been reviewed many, many times. First in 2018, where the project was held because of this use variance issue in question, as well as amendments to the language of the Main Street Corridor Overlay District spurred on by this McDonald's that the CPC recommended denial of. And then it was held at the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee level. And now here we are again. To talk about the Main Street Corridor Overlay District in regards to certificate of legal non-conforming uses that are relevant within this corridor. We have a screenshot of the address labels that we send out for notifications when this Main Street Corridor Overlay District was adopted. And we can see that a letter was sent to the property owner. And this is language talking about that certificate of legal non-conforming use. So uses that were previously legally established, but are now prohibited in this zoning district could have been eligible to stay and, operate and redevelop if they had this CLNU, if it was applied for within 1 year of the effective date of the ordinance, and there is not an approved CLNU for this site. As well as discussing the CID that is attached to the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. So those are the zoning and development regulations portion. And then the CID is sort of the financial mechanism attached to this corridor. And we can see that even dating back to 2018, when it was established, this property has been paying into this fund. So it implies that they are well aware of the standards of the Main Street Corridor Overlay District. Now I'm going to discuss the review criteria associated with a special use permit application. The red on here indicates that there's some sort of like deficiency with those approval criteria. First being A, is it applicable with the standards of the zoning and development code? No, as previously mentioned, this use is prohibited in the Main Street Corridor Overlay District for new development. B, is it in the interest of the public convenience and will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood? As I mentioned with the case history, with those former applications, there was public opposition to this item. And immediately adjacent to this property, this drive-through facility use has been in question, and the city has upheld the Main Street Corridor Overlay District standards. And we see that this use conflicts with the Main Street Corridor Overlay and transit oriented development standards that we have, policies that we have. Review criteria C is it compatible with the surrounding character in regards to site planning, building scale, other project design, et cetera. You know, with the streetcar expansion, we have seen other projects, new construction along this corridor, and they're dense. They do fully comply with the standards. But with this particular case, you know, it is a use prohibition, and there are also several lot and building design variances that are being requested. I won't get into those. That's for the Board of Zoning adjustment, but it would not be compatible with the standards for the MCO. Review criteria D talks about operational characteristics, lighting, noise, traffic, et cetera, you know, and it does meet those standards for the drive-through restaurants if it was in a different portion of the city. However, similarly to the existing drive-through restaurants along Main Street, they are allowed to maintain in their current operation or be redeveloped with an approved use or building design. Then we have review criteria E, which will this have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? I talked at some length about the transit-oriented development in my staff report, you know, but this is about avoiding auto-oriented uses, especially in areas where we're putting a lot of investment in streetcar, bus lines, et cetera. And that is the case with this project as well. So due to all of those reasons with state, local, and the Main Street Overlay District, city staff recommends denial. The applicant in question, you know, was really advocating for themselves to have due process. So we are going through this process now, but there are also conditions attached to the staff report if you so choose to go against city staff's recommendation. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions now.
So I got a few questions. So is really the issue on this is the drive-through?
Drive-through use.
If they took that away, just a
Restaurant is permitted.
restaurant's permitted, but the drive-through piece, if they took that away, then this would be an allowed use here.
That is correct.
And then that, okay, that kind of answers the other question. So I lost my train of thought.
I'll ask a related one. So if they left the shell of the building, renovated the whole inside, then they could keep it as is. Could they also add a second drive-through lane?
Pulling a demolition permit or doing 50% of reconstruction, repair work would constitute new development, and they would have to comply with the Main Street Corridor.
In theory,
overlay.
then, if it was a really stubborn applicant and they wanted to redevelop it because that's the standard for their business and they feel like they've been on the site for a long time, could they do the dining room redo that, then redo the kitchen 2 years later, have the 2 drive-through lanes and qualify that way?
Technically, I think if they did it in small chunk renovation chunks for like maintenance of the structure, that would be okay.
And I guess my other thought was, they could really just decide to do nothing and it stays there as is for however long they decide to operate the facility. Any other questions from the commission to the staff?
I think Anna addressed excuse me, the 2018 and 2022. Both of those were expired. But what had we done? Denied them and they went on to the next level?
The CD CPC 2018-00144, I believe that was continued off docket at the CPC level due to this discussion about the prohibited use. And then the case CD CPC 2022-0048 did make it out of this committee, but it was held at the MPD level by the applicant.
Because I remembered us going through this. So we were the 48 one. And before us.
Who's this one?
I believe you were on the commission at that
expired.
time when.
It had come before us for the one that had expired before today. Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
One more, totally I appreciate the really thorough report, totally understand the perspective. I feel differently about it. On C, that's one that I feel is more difficult for me to understand the perspective just because of the Home Depot that abuts a big portion of it. How would you encourage me to understand that perspective of, yes, we want the entire area of the streetcar to be looking forward in a different type of development. And at the same time, we did decide to put those big boxes there. In my mind, in terms of use, I think a lot of people who might go to Home Depot at 6 a.m. love that there's a McDonald's open at 6 a.m., even though other places aren't open that early. And conversely, that late. How should, because I get that what we're looking for with streetcar development is maybe very, very, very different than what exists there today. How are you reconciling those two to the point where it tips the scale to have C listed as, you know, in your mind, you've decided this does not match building scale and project design of the surrounding area?
I think as a tool, we implement the overlay district, you know, looking forward to change existing conditions or to, you know, create spaces that match what this vision we have in the future. So we understand that back in the day, things were more audio oriented and the big box stores, and we specifically choose to implement overlay districts to create large changes, stricter changes with the code. So I side with the Main Street Corridor Overlay District and changing the fabric of that corridor.
Gotcha.
Can I get you to go back to your slide that has the different colored, I guess it's nodes?
Yes.
So this one is in the blue with the blue square. Am I following?
Correct. Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
So yeah, this is the site in question in this blue district, which is a transit node.
And so what's the pink?
The pink is the neighborhood Main Street sub-district.
Right across the street, it changes.
That is correct.
That's the car
Car
wash.
wash. Yeah, the car wash is over there.
Correct.
Because to me, it fits really well between, I get that we're trying to do something different there. And I wish that you could walk from River Market to Plaza and it was all pedestrian neighborhood. But to me, it fits really relatively nicely between a car wash like that and a Home Depot. So yeah.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Good morning.
Morning. Mark Bryant, Rouse, Fretz, White, Goss, Gentile, and Rhodes. We have the privilege of representing McDonald's. With me today are Ann and Regeb Alan. They are the owner operators of the restaurant at this location. Adam Brandenburg, who is with McDonald's and their construction management division. And in addition, Doug Ubben of Phelps Engineering. Before I ask the Alans to address the commission, I think it important that we add a little background. This restaurant has been at this location for a considerable number of years. I think like 38, if my math is correct. They've been there since 1985. And this is more about a need to rebuild a restaurant that is outdated, outmoded, and frankly ugly, than it is about adding a drive-through, because a drive-through exists at this location right now. In fact, in addition to the drive-through lane that is operating, the location is marked in every picture that you see for a second drive-through lane. It simply doesn't have the communication device or the menu board. This case is before you because McDonald's needs to rebuild that restaurant, not so much about the drive-through. And the other issue that we ask you to remain cognizant of is that McDonald's has the right to continue to exist in its current form at this location, perpetuity. And the issue that is before this body and will be before the Board of Zoning Adjustment and the City Council is whether or not we're going to have this restaurant that is totally non-compliant with the main corridor overlay, or a restaurant that is substantially compliant. If there are 200 requirements in the main corridor overlay, we comply with the 194, as Doug Ubben will demonstrate when we make this presentation. And so we'd ask you to remain cognizant of those facts. With that, I'd like to ask Ann and Regeb Alan to address the commission.
Good morning, everyone. I'm
Morning.
Regeb Alan. That's my wife, Ann.
Good morning.
We're here today to discuss this project. We've been in the business for about 20 years. We own and operate 23 locations in the Kansas City metro area. Employ about 1,000 employees. Very involved in the community, kind of a family-based business. Lee over there, she's our store manager of that location. She wanted to enjoy this experience today. As you will hear today from Doug and the rest of the team, we're in a need to rebuild the restaurant. It's very old, it's outdated. And as I mentioned here before, we'd rather not just remodel in pieces or chop it up to several different projects. A new building would serve the community so much better and our staff than just remodeling the existing building. I think Mark mentioned before, it's not about the drive-through. The drive-through is already there. If you look at pictures, there is actually 2 lanes. We just opted to use a single lane in a tandem setup, so you can have 2 order points in tandem versus side by side. And we use the inside lane for delivery, but it's already there as 2 lanes. it's just a matter of the speaker being in tandem or in two lanes. But again, we're here today just to kind of talk about the needs of the restaurants, the needs of the community. We've collected hundreds of signatures from customers in the community and supporting businesses around us to petition the rebuild, and they're all in favor. Actually, they keep asking us, when are you rebuilding this location? So we're here today to discuss that.
Yeah, I just, I'll echo what Regev said. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear from us today. I've lived here the majority of my life. The first restaurant my parents owned was in Hickman Mills. So I've been part of this community almost my entire life since I was 5 years old. I'm super proud to be a member of the Kansas City community. Somebody mentioned earlier this morning about the Super Bowl, about the draft, about the World Cup, the airport, and I've never been more proud to be a member of Kansas City. I'm so proud to own this restaurant, but I'm not proud of this facility. I'm not proud that my employees have to come to work there every day because it's outdated. It desperately needs to be rebuilt. And if we're not able to rebuild it, we will just remodel it and do the best that we can. But the best option is to just rebuild it, because that would give us all the tools that we need to do it properly. But if we can't do that, then obviously we're going to do it some way, somehow. We'll figure out a way to do it. But obviously I owe it to my people first and foremost to bring it up to today's standards, and to our community. This is not a small project. We are investing our own $3 million to rebuild it. So we feel very, very strongly about this project, and we want to do it for the community. That area, I have experience, I've done this for a long time, and in my experience, when you build a beautiful brand new facility like that, the surrounding businesses tend to also invest more money and bring their facilities up to newer standards as well. So I think it'd be a win-win for the community. So I ask for your support this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, pictured on the screen now is an aerial photograph of the existing restaurant. Note, existing drive-through. And there's also an area that is cross-marked, which is the dual side-by-side drive-through. It is just being currently used for deliveries, but it exists at this location already. This is a picture of the restaurant facing Main. Other picture of the drive-through window as it exists today. A picture in the lower left-hand column of the drive-through entrance that shows that second lane. And a picture of the interior of the restaurant. Our hope is to build a new restaurant that is substantially compliant with the main corridor overlay. If we remodel this restaurant, it will not be a two-story restaurant as we're proposing to do here, which is an attempt to be more compliant with the main corridor overlay. It will remain a one-story building. If we remodel, you won't have the enhanced landscape plan or the outdoor seating that are brought to you by virtue of the main corridor overlay. We are here to submit that the new restaurant is a lot more preferable than the old restaurant. And that is your choice. Slide that's before you now shows that the proposed restaurant is in substantially the same footprint as the old restaurant. and that there's really no change to the drive-through lanes. That I'd like to ask Doug Oven to explain those areas where we're not able to comply with the main corridor overlay post plan.
Thanks, Mark, and good morning to the commission. Doug Oven with Phelps Engineering. And I don't know if you go to the next slide. We're talking about 6 variances that we need to the main corridor overlay district in order to make the McDonald's work. And as Mark said, you know, we want to make every effort we can to be substantially in compliance with the main corridor overlay. However, with the use such as McDonald's, there's just certain aspects of that main corridor overlay that are challenging to meet. So the first being the overarching topic we've already discussed, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. It's the, you know, the site is not in a neighborhood Main Street district. It's not an accessory use to a financial institution, and it's not on a corner lot. So, you know, this creates an unnecessary hardship for McDonald's, who's, you know, operated this for decades. And so the recently enacted main corridor overlay district prohibits them from maintaining a drive-through use and remove the existing building and construct a new building on the site. Go to the next slide, Anna. The minimum floor area ratio of 1.0 in transit zones, you know, to get a floor area ratio of the building square footage divided by the site square footage would require either the entire site to be taken up with the building, which is not, you know, doesn't suit well for the type of use for a McDonald's where you need parking and a drive-through, or you'd need multiple story building to make up square footage on multiple floors, which again, for a McDonald's use is not their prototype for how they operate. So that creates another hardship for the site. Next one's the lot and building standards for minimum frontage of 70%. Just as everybody's been to McDonald's, you need circulation through the site to operate through the drive-through. So putting the building up on Main Street for frontage to the street creates a challenge. We've looked at that option to put the building up on Main Street. It just does not flow well and operate functionally for McDonald's. In addition to that, even if you were to put the building up there, the building length only takes up 44% of the length of the frontage to Main. So we would never be able to hit the 70% required, even if the building was up on Main Street. Next one's the maximum front yard setback of 0 feet. Again, kind of going back to the circulation of McDonald's. If you think back to the site plan, we need circulation around the site to get into the drive-through and back around, get your food and get back out. So it's going back to the last time we talked about, it doesn't function well for McDonald's to have their building right up adjacent to the right of way for Main Street and creates another hardship. Next variance is the building height minimum of 3 stories in a transit zone. We've made an attempt to, as you saw back in the renderings for the building, to go with a 2-story height to try and do what we can to achieve more height with McDonald's. It's not the prototypical. They're typically only 1 story. However, to make an attempt to get closer to the 3-story, we are willing to go to the 2-story height for the building to get closer to the main corridor overlay district standards. And the last variance to discuss is this, the parking and loading being behind the building, parking not allowed on the street side or front yard. And kind of going back to some of the other variants we talked about with the necessity of the building to be back from the right of way. We need to have the parking out there in the drive aisle in the front yard in order to create the circulation around the building. So with that, those are the variances we're asking for. Again, we're trying to meet the intent of the overlay district as best we can and still create a site that's functional for McDonald's. So that'll turn back over to Mark to conclude our presentation.
The choice here is not drive-through lanes or no drive-through lanes, because there are drive-through lanes there now. The choice is between a new building that is functional, that serves customers well, that has a better appearance, that is substantially compliant with the regulatory standards that were adopted with the main corridor overlay, or one that is not. And we're here to submit that it's better to have a substantially compliant building than a totally non-compliant building. So we'd ask for your favorable recommendation and enable these property owners to remain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Would you consider not putting a drive-through in?
Anymore, a McDonald's restaurant is a drive-through restaurant. It 65 to 80% of the revenue is derived via the drive-through window. Mr. Brandenburg with McDonald's is here and can speak to the issue as well, but it would be difficult for this restaurant to sustain itself without a drive-through window.
Adam Brandenburg, McDonald's USA LLC, 110 North Carpenter Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607. We would not take under condition to rebuild the restaurant without a drive-through at this time.
What's the minimum number of stalls needed for a McDonald's? Parking stalls?
By code or McDonald's, by city code or McDonald's standards?
McDonald's standards.
McDonald's standards, we aim to have, depending on the location, specific to the size of the lobby, the size of the restaurant, anywhere in the neighborhood of 30 something to 60 something is our intended number of parking stalls required.
I have a question. Do any of your restaurants have a walk-up window?
We do offer restaurants that have walk-up windows. I believe that was something we were open to as applicant with this design to offer a walk-up window. The business is changing with delivery services. So that's something that we're also evolving to. So, that's why I speak to at this time with regard to drive-through. I don't see drive-throughs going away in the foreseeable future, but I can't predict to what our business model will be 40, 60, 80 years from now.
But you would be open to offering both modes of reception?
That is correct. We would be open to offering walk-up service.
Yeah. Some of the revisions we've done based on feedback that we got was outside seating, patio, walk-up window. We will modify the plans and we kind of know where it's going to go. And one of the entrances, the walk-up order window. And we're open to those requests and we're willing to work. It's just always get stuck at level one. We can never get to level two where we could talk about a walk-up window and where exactly it's going to go. And as far as parking stalls, our business is evolving. I mean, the community is evolving, the customer base is evolving. We currently have restaurants with 10, they call it radio on arrival, where you pull in, you open your app and you say you're number 3, spot number 3, and you pick up your order. We bring it out to you and customers love it. So the digital customer, the interactions are changing. So at this site, you're probably going to end up with different stalls. You will have obviously the handicap, and then you'll have the radio on arrival spots, and then you'll have the delivery, which is especially on Main Street. Actually, that restaurant is number 1 in our company in delivery. Imagine that. It's really old building and where it is with the construction, everything around it, it's number 1 in delivery. So a lot of traffic as far as the delivery drivers come in and out and such.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're getting at. It's a major transportation corridor that this restaurant fronts, and with the drive-through, it makes it hard for the main public transportation to move and traverse up and down Main Street. And so options like you just discussed seem like they're fairly viable if you didn't have the drive-through, because transportation still moves, it still goes, and then you're able to serve your customers just as well using the delivery service or the parking lot itself, where people can actually park, go in and do their thing and then leave.
I would say the business is evolving that way, but it's not there today. It would be detrimental to the viability of the location without the drive-through.
But
Our customers have not.
I agree with that too. I mean, we're in the infancy of putting the public transportation in, but not too far down the road. And I'm talking 5 to 10 years, it'll be a much different place than it is today. Because we're seeing a lot of activity along the streetcar line now. So.
You can see with the new layout, we do have a better flow of customers in and out. There's two entrances that flow into the drive-through, double stack of the cars, which reduces the load of cars coming from Main Street and such. They'll stack and be more efficient getting in and out. The new proposed layout.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Rojas? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one appears in the council chambers for public testimony and there are no raised hands online.
Okay. All right, with that, so any last thoughts, I guess? Any last thoughts from the applicant before we close testimony and speak amongst the commission?
Frankly, McDonald's has not been treated fairly. They've been here since 1985. And for the city to then adopt regulations that say a restaurant which is in mid-block would have to be on a corner lot, or the drive-through that currently exists would have to be attached to a bank, is an effort to legislate them out of existence. The choice here is really one between an old restaurant and the new restaurant, and we're submitting that new restaurant's a lot better for everyone than the.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going ahead and close testimony and speak amongst the commission. Any initial thoughts here?
I see it a couple different ways, and one, I think that hits really home, the opportunity cost. It sounds like it's a profitable restaurant. Sounds like it's going to be there. I don't think, I think if they need to limp along, they'll limp along, renovate as needed, do facelifts, but not do the full thing. And to me, that just seems like a silly way to go about it. I would rather see a new restaurant there. I feel as though because it's a relatively larger lot, cars don't stack up a crazy amount, but I do think it gets kind of it's a little bit of a mess sometimes because people come in at different angles. But I've never seen it back onto the street. And so I think it just makes sense. I think it's sensible from that standpoint alone of if we deny their ability to renovate, it's still going to exist. And we're going to have a longer project, a sadder looking location that's probably not operating at the highest efficiency, not serving customers as well, not treating their employees as well. And who's winning? Like, I don't think the city wins in that situation that we really showed McDonald's, you better stick to these standards of this overlay. So, I mean, in that sense, that's where I feel it's an opportunity cost discussion. But then with the overlay, I really appreciate the idea of what we're trying to achieve, but I think that the contextual nature of this site is super unique. Whether or not it was done correctly or incorrectly, we just happen to have uses there that don't look like the rest of the Main Street overlay. And if there's a spot for a drive-through that's not on a corner and isn't a bank, this seems to be the one for me.
Yeah.
As much as I support us doing different plans and overlays, my concern is this is an existing business and they are coming in to improve what the community will have to use, as well as put a different face on the other things taking place on Main. Because it is an existing location, I am in favor of us moving forward to approve. That's
That's Mr. Ross.
Presentation to me, look, it's nice location. But I look building there right now and they want to improve it. I support the concept.
This project is one of those, it's a policy versus logic in some ways. You know, it's an existing facility, want to fix it up, make it look nice, have it blend in. The issue is the actual drive-through piece. What makes it non-conforming to the new overlay. The overlay wasn't done in a vacuum. It was done, there's a lot of testimony, there's a lot of discussion, a lot of information is presented to this body at one point in time. So it wasn't just done in a vacuum and everybody's known about it. And what's going to be required of Main Street. And it's going to be a major corridor for transportation. I liked upgrading the building as a whole, just like you said, Commissioner Enders. Unfortunately, it doesn't meet the criteria of the overlay district that's been in place now for several years. Which is unfortunate. That's where the logic piece comes in. You know, why can't it, operate like it is today? But the issue I have with this particular case is it's been denied several times. Not only through expired things, it's the council denied it, it's gone to court, it's been denied. So I have a hard time now approving something that's been denied several times. How do I go against that? And that's another piece where logic comes into play. So unfortunately, I'm not in favor. So with that, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item. Well, I'm going to take a step back. Are there any conditions that we should be identifying that are worth review if I'm going to recommend approval?
Yeah, there are 8 conditions attached to the case.
And are there any in particular that either the applicant is opposed to or any that need to be modified or looked at?
We're okay on the condition.
Okay.
Applicant would like to clarify, one condition, can we bring the conditions forth on the presentation? Possible?
I don't have the conditions attached to my PowerPoint presentation, but I can pull up the staff report if you give me a moment.
Yeah, there's 8 of them.
So staff report, conditions by development department. Condition number 4, metal is a secondary material, amend design to include more primary materials on the front facade. So the front facade has less than 20% metal. The majority of the facade is glass and brick. So this is a condition that wasn't previously brought forth prior to the staff report. So I'm not quite sure whether it's an error but that's the only condition that I have a question mark on. I don't believe the application requires that condition. I believe it meets as it stands.
Do you have any feelings about that?
I would like for the condition to stay in. I do believe the primary and secondary material review is applicable to.
What year was the overlay adopted?
What year?
17. Because I think that, metal in a lot of ways is a really great, resilient, beautiful, modern material at times, and it can look awful at times. And so I get why it's secondary material and we don't want secondary materials to make more than 20%, but I could also see that, in their renderings, it didn't seem like it was of poor quality and reduced like the, character or aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. And if a change in design is not wanting to be pursued by the applicant, then I do believe that as a variance, they could attach their case as well.
So did you have a recommendation of what material you wanted to see to reduce the metal to below 20%?
Not at this time.
We try to give people the freedom to design their own buildings within the regulations. I think that's what Anna's trying to do. She's just pointing out what the requirement is.
This might be a stretch, but like in my mind, the Corrigan Station building that abuts Main Street, the lower portion, the 2-story or 3-story, there's like an Academy Bank. Like in my mind, that probably has a lot of metal facade that also wouldn't, but I just think it can look nice. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna Chair Crowley move to approve docket item number 3, which is not in line with the staff recommendation, to be clear, and with the 8 conditions, and I'm going to go ahead and say amending condition number 4 to say to work with staff to try to achieve something that staff agrees with that is consistent with what they would like to see, but maybe isn't hitting the 20% threshold.
A second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of the project with the 8 conditions stated. Is that fair to say? Okay. So Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Brown,
No?
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
It looks like the motion passes 3-1 for approval of the project. Thank you for bringing it forward and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's move on then to docket item number 4, please. And I'm gonna fill up with some go juice as everybody's getting started. Anything?
Docket item 4 is 2 companion cases, starting with 4.1. Case CPC 2023-00066. A request to approve an area plan amendment to the Hickman Mills area plan to change the recommended land use from residential low density to office on 29 acres located at Longview Road and Raytown Road. And docket item 4.2, case number CPC 2023-00065. Request to approve a rezoning at the same location from District R80 to District O for office. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner.
Good morning. As was previously stated, the next 2 items are companion, and I'll share my screen and get started. All right, what you're looking at today is an area plan amendment and a rezoning for the Smith Hale Middle School Adaptive Reuse. This is just a general location of the site. Here's an aerial. The applicant will go into a little more detail. However, this is the old school. It will be used for a radio commercial area. The entire building will remain as is, and this back portion, the athletic field will be removed just to create more green space. It is currently zoned R80. I tried to get as much as of the other zoning districts around the area as I could. The proposed zoning is going to be O1, which is office 1, which has a height limit of 35 feet for future development. As you can see, there's O2 to the north and the south, the city of Grandview to the southwest, and MPD and higher density housing just west of the site. Here is a map of the current land use designation. Right now it's residential low density. And the proposed land use designation will be office to match the rezoning. As you can see, the pink to the north and the south, those correlate to the office zoning and office future land use designations. Here is a view from Longview Road. As I mentioned previously, they're going to reuse this existing building with a few minor modifications. And staff is recommending approval without conditions for 4.1 and 4.2. And I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Crowell. My name is Chris Maddox. I'm with the law firm of Rouse, Fretz, White, Goss, 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300, Kansas City, Missouri. Sitting to my right is Adam Pfeiffer. He's the project architect. And then joining us remotely, if we could please promote Johnny Yusuf. He is acting today as representative of the owner. I do have a brief presentation that I'd like to go over with you. This title slide.
Hang on one second.
Thank you, Larissa. This title slide shows a street view of what Smith Hale Middle School looked like a couple years ago. And I want to start here because this is where I want to end the presentation and when we come back, because we want to restore what this building could be to its full potential. Next slide. So the request today, as Larissa explained, is to rezone a single lot of about 29.6 acres from District R80 to District O-1, and then to also approve a companion area plan amendment case. The location, we are pretty close to Longview Lake. We have access from the south and north from Raytown Road, and then direct access to the site off of Longview Road. And then right-hand corner, you can kind of see this little bubble that shows kind of where we are in relationship to the city boundaries, not too far from Grandview or Lee Summit. The property condition. So Hickman Mills actually closed the school in 2017. It was a subject of a lot of property damage, trespass, graffiti, vandalism. City Inspector Paul Stallings even reported that there were several instances of fire departments having to come out to respond to reports of small fires. All of this culminated then into a February 17th, 2023 fire. It was a massive fire, a 3-alarm fire. Luckily, no firefighters were injured in responding to that, but it did cause significant damage to the building's roof. They were able to put out that fire, and here we are a couple months later. So this is the result then of the aftermath of that fire. The Kansas City, Missouri has declared this to be a dangerous building, and you can see that it's just a lot of charred debris, metal, twisted metal. There's a lot of chemicals from the fire suppression on site. A lot of work will need to go into redeveloping this property. And that's where this project comes in. So this project proposes to adaptively reuse the Smith Hale Middle School to provide office and studio space for an internet-based radio and television production company. The existing structure in the parking lot would remain in place. We would actually need to go in and rebuild the roof structure in several places to accommodate the extra height that we would need. We anticipate that would be around 24 feet, which is what the old gymnasium building height was. And that allows us to get our cameras, lights, production equipment into this site so that we can use the building as the studio. We would also propose the only exterior modification at this time would be a new redeveloped higher front entrance facade that would kind of create more of a focal point, more of a welcoming point of entry for the project. Next slide, please. Here's the configuration then of this building. So we would propose 5 radio and television broadcast studios, some office space related to that use. There would be 4 small guest suites. We have a lot of visitors, a lot of guests that come and help us create content. And so this would provide for them a small space to stay on site. If they're flying internationally, they could, take a nap, they could rest before they have to go into hair and makeup and then onto production. We also have several other accessory uses, a small kitchen and dining area, some workshop space, some green rooms, and again, some makeup spaces. So that's generally how we would propose to kind of subdivide and use this space. The intended user, and the person who has a contract to purchase this, it also has a business out in California. That TV production studio is Al Karma TV. It is a Christian nonprofit internet radio and television production company. And so they would propose to relocate their existing offices in Huntington Beach, California, to KCMO. The principal of this organization is already a KCMO resident. He lives in Lee Summit, I believe. So he's metro area. And so he intends to kind of move as many of his team as he can and then also hire locally. So his staff is currently about 50 employees. They make up, they run the range of hair and makeup artists, production staff, but you also have some of your more technical positions like sound engineers, cameramen, and other skilled positions that help make everything run smoothly. They broadcast in 6 continents and they reach audiences worldwide. And we would also like to emphasize that because this is an internet-based broadcast studio, there would not be any exterior mounted rooftop antennas, broadcast towers, or anything of that sort. This is a zoning map, similar to the map that Larissa shared earlier. So currently our subject site is zoned R80, as is the bulk of the land that currently makes up the federal land that sits to our north, east, and south. We would propose a district O-1 zoning, which is slightly less intensive than the O-2 use to the north of us, which is the St. Luke's Critteren. Am I saying that correctly? The St. Luke's has a mental health facility for youth that they've been operating north of us for quite some time. And so along with that, we would also request then the area plan amendment. Next slide, please. So in evaluating these review criteria for a rezoning without plan, there are several criteria that are identified in the code. The first one is conformance with the adopted plans and planning policies. As Larissa pointed out, the long-range plan for this area, the future land use plan recommends residential low density, which corresponds to R6, R7.5, and R10. So even if this property were to be developed with strict conformance with the land use plan, it would still require a rezoning from R80 to this other residential use type. Next slide, please. The next criteria is zoning and use of nearby property. We talked about the St. Luke's Crittenton Children's Center on 133 acres to the north. Directly to our west is the Catholic Charities Food Bank, which is also a nonprofit operating within a residential neighborhood district off of Longview Road. And then to the south of us is some additional office and business commercial zoning districts on about 36 and 44 acres respectively. So there is precedent in this area when we look at the configuration of Longview Lake of having this office type zoning for this current site. Next slide. So the physical character of the area, I wanted to emphasize here on the blue boundary that you see around the subject site, that is all federal land owned by the U.S. government. It is so our project then would, again, we front Raytown Road, we front Longview Road with access off of Raytown Road. And we have a lot of mature trees, and we'll get into kind of what that visual is when you get a sense of the area. But we are surrounded on 3 sides by federal land where there is no development. And then there are single family home subdivisions to the west that really, I think, begin along, is it Skyline? We'll talk more about those. Yeah, Stark Avenue. So it is a little bit to our west. Next slide, please. So in reviewing the physical character of the area, I wanted to take you down Longview Road. So this is the intersection of Raytown Road and Longview Road looking southwest. Our project site sits then about maybe half to 3/4 of a mile directly then into the point of view. Longview Road is a 4-lane established arterial that provides access directly to our site. As we continue then west along Longview Road, you again can kind of see the character of the area because this is federal land. There hasn't been a lot of development, no curb cuts. It's just existing mature trees and vegetation. And then again, about half a mile to 1/4 of a mile, 3/4 of a mile down the road, we reach one of 2 access points into our subject site. So no travel through a neighborhood is necessary. Access directly off of Longview Road, which is a 4-lane road. So this is where I wanted to emphasize again the physical character of the area. So I took you down Longview Road until we got to our property. If you continue down Longview Road for about another 1/4 to half a mile, that's where you get to Stark Avenue and Longview Court. And then that really, I believe, serves then as the gateway to what is more developed residential neighborhoods. So there are 3 existing single-family homes that immediately abut our site. They predate, I believe, any of the other single-family development communities that came in after them. So we've got one on the northeast corner, and then we have 2 immediately to the west. The fourth criteria under the zoning and development code is the adequacy of public utilities. Again, all of the utility connections are adequate. They were serving an existing school. And I would like to point out that the trip generations for our proposed use with only 50 employees is significantly less than the traffic and the trip generations that you would expect when you have a middle school in session with all the bus traffic, teachers coming and going, and parents picking up their kids. The next criteria is the suitability of the property to the use to which it has been restricted under the current zoning code. As you all are aware, R80 is a fairly restrictive zoning classification. It only really provides for large lot, single family, daycare, fire, police, animal services, and ag uses. So any other type of uses would require rezoning. The next criteria is the length of time that the property has been vacant. The property has been vacant for almost 6 years, since 2017. And then the next criteria is the extent to which approving the rezoning will detrimentally affect nearby properties owners. As part of the agreement that we have with the seller, the Hickman Mills School District, there are a number of covenants that they want to see that apply to this project, because again, it is a former school building, and the school district is interested in preserving and protecting the character of the area, the reputation of Hickman Mills. And so you can see here a pretty specific list of prohibited uses that would be included in the declaration of covenants as part of our real estate contract with the school district. And so this would really serve then to help alleviate, I think, some of the residents' concerns about what might come into this site. We've heard comments that some residents aren't necessarily opposed to our specific project, but they would potentially be concerned about what might come next or what might develop in the future. And so, you know, this is a way that we can address some of those concerns by prohibiting things like car washes, gas stations, manufacturing, animal raising facilities, and various other types of uses that the school district and the neighbors would likely find to be objectionable. And then the final criteria really is a balancing test, because we're talking about property rights in relationship to the impact those property rights have on neighbors. And so this criteria asks us to look at the gain to the public health, safety, and welfare if this application is denied in comparison to the hardship imposed on the landowner if it's not approved. I would argue that the public health, safety, and welfare is actually improved if we do have a redevelopment project, because right now this is a dangerous building declared by Kansas City, Missouri. It is a blighted structure. It is a liability for Hickman Mills. They have to maintain and secure this facility so that additional vandalism doesn't occur, so that kids aren't injured if they're trespassing on site, if they're playing. It is, in my opinion, a liability that can be cured if we simultaneously recognize that the Hickman Mills will stand to benefit if the rezoning is approved, because it would allow us then to move forward with closing on the real estate contract, and Hickman Mills then will receive proceeds from that sale. We did receive authorization from the school board that was done, I think back in February or March of this year. The contract is dated March 10th. So the school board had to authorize the execution of the purchase and sale agreement. And then we did receive a letter of support from the superintendent of the Hickman Mills School District. Again, after we briefed the school district on our intended use, they are in support of this as an internet broadcast studio and ministry offices. And they understand that a rezoning is necessary under the city's zoning and development code to allow that office use to occur. We did, of course, meet with members of the public. I will point out that the Bell Acres Neighborhood Association didn't have any current listings or addresses for contact people, but we did receive outreach from the Southern Communities Coalition, which is a neighborhood umbrella group very active in South Kansas City. We attended one of their meetings, and spoke to a number of people about this project. And of course, we mailed notices to all property owners within 300 feet. It just didn't happen to be a whole lot of people because of the size of that radius. But all of those notices were mailed. And then, of course, we posted notice of the meeting then on the site. And then that meeting was held on May 17th at the South KC Patrol Division. So again, I would encourage this commission to recommend approval of our rezoning request and the companion area plan amendment. And at this time, I'd be happy to make myself and my team available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission? The applicant? I'll give you a second as you're reading your notes.
Oh, just to, I think early on you had said the field part would be changed to green space.
I'm sorry, the field?
The field part that's at the school now would be changed to green space.
Oh, I'll defer to Adam Pfeiffer, our architect, but I believe that that's correct.
Yes, just for record, Adam Pfeiffer, 12214 West 79th Terrace, Lenexa, Kansas, 66215. And yes, that is correct. The intention is to remove the existing track and football field that's at that part of the property right now. The track is in not the greatest of condition, and just return that back to green space to support the renovation of just purely the building right now and not have that additional piece down there on the south end.
So would you have that then available for further expansion?
There would be, go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
In the next phase, if he needed to expand his facility, he would be able to expand in that area?
There are no current plans to expand. One of the attractive features of a building of this size, it's approximately 125,000 square feet, is that is what the studio space that they currently occupy in California is. And they're able to run their operations effectively with that building footprint. So there is no current need for any sort of or current plans for any future expansions. But that excess land could be available for any expansions in the future if it comes to that. I will point out that any sort of expansion plans in the future, if they are more than 40,000 square feet in an office in an O zoning district, or if it includes anything more than, I think, 50 residential units, it would require full city development plan approval. So if and when those plans come to fruition and we have the money and the desire to move forward with any future phases, we would have to come back to City Plan Commission and then go back to City Council specifically for a development plan addressing those criteria.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Question for city staff or the applicant. Is there any industry or academic consensus on how often vacant lots such as this should be left vacant to allow for the right development to occur? And at what point you determine that you should take whatever good opportunities in front of you? We've seen a lot of schools like this, and often I think there's a little bit of compromise where the community would like to see something different, but a lot of projects get approved because we feel that buildings should be used and they're better used. Is there any like general consensus as to if there's a timeline that people should wait? I mean, obviously it's all case by case basis.
There isn't, and it's because of the particular property and the context of it's located in. There wouldn't really be a way to arrive at one consensus. There is a decision-making criteria that available to you to consider that is exactly that. The length of time the property has remained vacant as zoned is one consideration you should take into account to justify your decision. If you think there's been an insufficient amount of time, then that is a potential justification for not supporting a rezoning, for example. And if you think there has been a sufficient amount of time, given the proposed use, the condition of the property, the context of the area, then that would be a potential justification for supporting it. It's a case by case basis.
So the covenants that were shown, the blue boxes, was that shared with the community?
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't read them out to see what types of things were listed.
Would you like me to read them?
It says no animal raising facilities, is that what that says? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. 16, okay.
You good? Okay. All right. No more questions from the commission? Okay. So this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Hi.
All right, good morning. My name is Gabriel Livingston. I'm a lifelong resident of the Hickman Mills community. I'm also a 3rd grade teacher in the Hickman Mills School District, and I'm here on behalf of the Hickman Mills National Education Association today to strongly oppose the proposed rezoning of the former Smith Hale Middle School property from District R80 to District O office use. We firmly believe that this rezoning would be detrimental to our community, particularly due to the intended sale of the property to a nonprofit company, which would result in the loss of property tax revenue. And as you know, this revenue plays a crucial role in supporting our schools and enhancing the quality of education that we are able to offer our students. And so rezoning the former middle school property and selling it to a tax exempt organization would disproportionately burden our community by further straining our limited resources. We in the area are in dire need of single family homes and residential development, particularly for families. So maintaining this R80 residential zoning designation is crucial to address the need for families in the area, and then also to promote like stability and ownership for our Hickman Mills families. Rezoning the former Smith Hale property for office use would further reduce the availability of single family homes in the area, and it would potentially lead to displacement and negatively impact the fabric of our community. So we urge the City Planning Commission to reject this request to rezone from District R80 to District O office use. This decision is crucial in providing affordable housing options, securing vital property tax revenue for our school district, and for maintaining a vibrant and cohesive neighborhood for our students. So on behalf of the Hickman Mills Educational Association, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beth Berger. I've lived in the Hickman Mills community since 1973. My address is 11409 Palmer Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64134. I am here today. Well, first of all, I want to tell you that I am the treasurer and the community engagement person for the Ruskin Heights Homes Association. I am here today representing the Ruskin Heights Homes Association that has 1,875 properties. We are the largest homes association in the Kansas City metropolitan area. And we are here today to speak against amending the Hickman Mills area plan and the rezoning of 8625 Longview Road. And I would like to say I had a prepared speech, which I'm still going to try to give, but I really want to commend you for your concern of Berry Road and the Main Street corridor. And I would hope that you would have the same concern for the Hickman Mills area plan. The seller, the buyer, and the city should have been aware that the community opposed the rezoning. We have had signs up in the community at that area, so anybody looking at the property would be aware that the community was opposed to rezoning. As they pointed out, this property is bordered on one side by the Federal Corps of Engineers land maintained by the Jackson County Parks Department. All other surrounding properties in Kansas City, I'm not counting Grandview, are zoned residential. This area is not fitting for business or office. This spring, we have been taking city council members and city council candidates on ride-alongs in our community. And if any of you are interested in taking a ride-along to see our community and see how this would not fit into our residential community, we would be happy to take you on such ride-along. The city staff and the community spent many hours developing the Hickman Mills area plan. I was there for those meetings. The Hickman Mills community matters. The people of the community matter. We are not for sale for a $678 rezoning fee and an $829 fee to amend the Hickman Mills area plan. Our business section in our community is Blue Ridge Boulevard from 49 Highway to 87th Street. That is the business corridor. There are many vacant properties on that corridor because of the Cerner development. The businesses have built near Cerner and deserted their buildings on Blue Ridge Boulevard. There are vacant buildings there that could be used for this same purpose instead of in our residential community. I also believe that it's a crime that only 6 labels were printed for notification, and one of those was to the seller of the property. The boundaries are not wide enough. They do not include the community. What about the Hickman Mills community? They came to Southern Communities Coalition meeting, but did they listen to the opposition at that meeting? No record was made on the sign-in sheets if the community was for or against the development. But if you listen to the recording of the meeting that was sent to you, you will hear for yourselves the community opposition. I know that you've received letters from many community organizations in opposition, though I did not see all of them included in the online record. I have brought several today to share with you just in case you did not get them. I would like to know that you are going to read those letters and take them into consideration in the decision that you make about the Hickman Mills community. The organizations that sent the letters represent the Hickman Mills community. We ask you to please take those into consideration. The Hickman Mills has been part of Kansas City since 1961 when they were annexed, and we hope that you recognize that we are part of Kansas City. And that's all I have to say about it. We had a gentleman, his name is Daniel Dow. He wanted to come today and present this, but he had a health problem and could not. May I read his letter?
Sure.
Good morning. The project in question is not the proper replacement for what we have lost and will not get back. If there is to be development on these sites, it is to be such that it will have a positive impact on the immediate area and the total Hickman Mills area now and in the future. We no longer need to give revenue-producing property away to entities that do not add value to Hickman Mills. The concept of tax increment financing did not work with the Marion Laboratory project, nor did it work for the Bannister Mall Cerner project. A good fit would be single-family patio housing. They would benefit everyone. The time of letting those who are supposed to protect our community and planning the future growth plan has gone. We need the things that support and grow our community, just like what has taken place on the west side of the 6th City Council District. In a matter of days, we no longer will be on the east side of the 6th City Council District. At that time, we will be on the south side of the 5th City Council District, an equally missed mismanaged area. If we do not change this destructive way of thinking and way of operating where we live, there will be no survival of the Hickman Mills community. And this is from Daniel Dow, and he lives in the Hickman Mills community. And I'll share this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Bob Ludlow, lifetime Kansas City resident and almost 40 years in the Bell Acre neighborhood at 11617 McKinley. Chapter 88-120-02A says that office and business zoning will ensure that they are compatible with their surroundings. The company's quote redevelopment plan only shows use of the current vandalized building and nothing for the majority of the property, which has been stated as 30 acres. And that's pretty good size that if they get rezoning, that all of these multiple uses could go in there. This rezoning will not benefit the neighborhood, the school district, the Hickman Mills area, or what's now Mid-South Kansas City, since we just talked about the trash dump going in South Kansas City. It's not a benefit now or in the future. All the properties in my neighborhood are quite large. They're single-family homes, and myself and the people there bought that because they would have the land for their kids or just no close neighborhoods. And so we like to keep it that way. The rezoning would change the very long list of businesses in the density that are allowed and will not fit into the tranquil neighborhood and lake area where no businesses or houses are allowed.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
Yeah, there are a couple people online. Teresa Edens and Mary Carpenter.
Yeah.
And both have been promoted. Mary just accepted and so did Teresa.
Okay, I think I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I am Teresa Edens. I live at 4425 East 107th Terrace. I would like, if I could please, to ask your indulgence. I have a letter to read from the Southern Communities Coalition, but I would also like to add just a little bit of additional information personally to what has already been provided. I promise I will not take the entire allotted time. First of all, the developer talked about precedent that has already been set in the area. The food pantry that went into St. Matthews, he said, well, that's a not-for-profit, which is what they are, but it actually went into what a church that the diocese was trying to close. So it was already a not-for-profit, so we didn't lose anything there. We did have a developer who wanted to zone that to O zoning, but the city did see fit to not allow that in this residential area. He also mentioned Crittenden, which is basically a not-for-profit. That has been there since at least the 70s. So if anything, the city would grandfather that in. He did say that he was showing you a street view of the school. That was not a street view of the school, as you probably could have seen from his views of the street going down Longview. That was a view from a very long drive into the school area from Longview Road. he did say that futures rezoning would be required if indeed we did want residential, but it would still be residential, even if it were rezoned just a tad bit. As far as safety of the building, yes, I think even the school district agrees it needs to be torn down. Something needs to be done with it. We do have an elementary school that was also closed and vandalized. The school district has torn that one down, and I feel quite confident, being with this school district and on the school board for 15 years previously, that this school district would tear this building down if they could not find an appropriate buyer. And I would also like you to know that some of these things have been around for a while because we have had quite a turnover in superintendents, and the current one actually has not been here. It's just maybe a couple of years. So if I could also please read this letter from the Southern Communities Coalition. It is an umbrella group representing neighborhoods and homes associations in the Hickman Mills community since 1977. The Southern Communities Coalition strongly urges a denial of cases CD CPC 2023-00065 and CD CPC 2023-00066, both the request for rezoning and the request for an amendment to the Hickman Mills area plan. While the school district, that is the superintendent and the Board of Education, support this rezoning, the community, which was not notified until well after the fact, does not. Rezoning this 29.6 acre parcel would amount to spot zoning, a move not necessarily conducive to the health of the neighborhood. This property and the surrounding properties are currently zoned residential. To change this parcel, especially given its size, by spot zoning would change the character of the area. When the Hickman Mills area plan was first developed, and again recently when it was reviewed, neighborhood participants agreed this area should be residential. Those voices should be heard and respected. It may seem that changing a parcel on the edge of a community would do no harm, but that is short-sighted. As a community, we have to look to the future, not simply what may be happening today. While this proposed developer may have the best of intentions, there is no way to project what may happen in the future. If for some reason there is a need to sell this property, the community would have little recourse to prevent an unwanted development so close to where they live and enjoy the camaraderie they share in this residential setting. It would also make it easier for future developers to rezone yet another parcel, and so on and so on. Given the large number of possibilities available within O zoning, this concern is more than understandable. The Southern Communities Coalition stands with the neighborhoods making up the southeast corner of the Hickman Mills community and strongly requesting a denial of both the rezoning and any change to the area plan. Thank you very much for your indulgence for both of my testimonies. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Who's next, Joe?
The other person was Mary Carpenter.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mari Carpenter, and this is my husband.
I'm Nick Carpenter.
And we'd also, well, one, thank you for listening to us. I did submit a statement, which I hope that you have seen and were able to read, that included the Fox 4 article around the opposition to the rezoning. So if you haven't, I urge you to please read that and listen to some of the concerns we have. We did have a meeting, and I think in that meeting on May 17th that Matt mentioned, it was pretty unanimous that the neighborhood does not support the rezoning. Just across the board, again, Beth mentioned you can listen to the recording, but it's pretty unanimous, and I'll go into that a little bit later. First and foremost, I'd like to say that Superintendent Jan Obigen, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, does not speak for me or my neighbors very clearly, since everyone so far has been opposed to the rezoning. You know, we are a young family. We purchased our home, kind of like some of the previous people have said. We like the space that we have. We've purchased our home here for the specific reasons of
or giving our home to our daughter. She's only 4. We plan on having more children. So again, we're a young family and our concerns are beyond, the next 5 years, 10 years. It's a generational concern for us. It's not short-sighted by any means. And, when the builder came to speak to us on May 17th, I personally asked him to come forward and speak to us, and he decided to speak to us from the back of our heads, which I don't appreciate. And I just want to make that known because I did ask him to come forward twice. So it concerns me if we have a builder that can't even speak to the communities face to face. What's to say we won't have another Mission Gateway on our hands, which again, I've submitted that for reference for your review. And we have a petition that we've started. And I believe as of this morning, there were 70 petitions signed. I also submitted a screenshot of where the school sits along with Bell Acres. By the way, we do represent Bell Acres. We live in that area. And there are about 45 homes basically that are adjacent to the school. And we have, again, 70 petitions signed. So I think that there's no question whether or not the rezoning is a unanimous opposition, and we just ask that the council, follow that, listen to the neighbors. Per the 2 lawyers that I've spoken to, they've recommended that we come here and let you know how we feel and what our opposition is, and it's very clear, including the homes. Sorry, last thing, including the 2 homes that are adjacent to Smith Hill, those 2 neighbors have asked us specifically to give them some of the signs that say opposition to rezoning. So we know them and we've provided them those signs. So again, just unanimous. There's really no question about that. Some of the requests that I might ask is, again, that you review all.
Mary, can we start wrapping it up here, please?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Review what we submitted, oppose or reject, I guess, the rezoning. And then that's all that I have. I don't know if you have any. Just again, appreciate your consideration and please read the reviews and the petition that have been submitted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
That's it.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Seems like there's you.
Yeah, I would welcome the opportunity to try to respond to some
Yes,
of those.
please do.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I tried to take as many notes as I could. A lot of these concerns, I think, echo what we heard at the neighborhood meeting. And they are also, I think, summarized very nicely by Ms. Carpenter in the staff report and her email that is included in your packet. So I'll go through these issues kind of in that order. The first item is that the rezoning of the entire parcel is a unanimous issue for the neighbors and residents of the southern communities, made very clear at the May 17th meeting. We use that kind of as an education point to not only kind of educate the community about our project, but also try to address what we believe to be the underlying theme of their concerns, which is that they may not have a specific opposition to this project specifically, but it's more about a concern about what might happen in the future. What could this turn into if we decide to sell? What's going to happen with the balance of the site? We don't have answers to all of those questions. All I know is that I have a client who has a business, very successful business, run on a nonprofit basis that does what he's been doing for years. And he believes he can make this site work. And I fully believe that he can come in and be a good community member. And that is the extent of the plans in the short term. To address those long-term concerns about what might happen in the future, I think that the residents are more than protected. There are the declaration of covenants that restrict 16 undesirable uses that I think are the types of uses that the neighbors are concerned about. And then in addition to that, any future expansion plans, like I mentioned earlier, would have to come back through an entitlement approval process, a development plan approval, if certain conditions are triggered. That would be the appropriate time and place then to raise specific objections to those future elements of the plan, but not today, not when we're talking about this adaptive reuse of a blighted structure. The second bullet point is that this is a nonprofit organization that's not paying property taxes. That's not necessarily true. I practice a lot in real estate property tax appeals. I've been doing that for about 6 years. The constitutional issue about whether or not a nonprofit that owns and uses property on a nonprofit basis is entitled to exemption is very complex. For pure religious uses, I agree churches don't pay property taxes, but there is a question about whether or not the State Tax Commission would grant an exemption in this case. I don't know. I can't say with 100% certainty that that's going to be the case, but even if it is, there are other nonprofits that operate in this area, St. Luke's, Catholic Charities. I don't think we should allow that as a mark against the contribution to the community, because in addition to property taxes, we have 50 employees who will be paying Kansas City, Missouri e-tax. We have 50 employees that might choose to relocate to this area, buy homes, pay property taxes, pay sales taxes, pay earnings taxes and income taxes. So the idea that we're not paying our fair share, I think is incorrect. And on top of that, I want to point out, this is not an incentivized project. There are no public incentives associated with this project, unlike some of the other large-scale development that we've seen in South Kansas City. And then the remaining of these comments, I think, are more designed as just general statements that really I find a hard time drawing a direct connection to the project itself. She mentioned that she lives 2 houses down from the middle school and wasn't given notice of intent. I think I explained that we mailed them out within 300 feet. We posted notices and Ms. Carpenter attended the meeting. So she obviously received or heard about the meeting. We complied with the zoning and development code. The next one was that superintendent does not speak for me or my neighbors. The next point is that when invited to the community meeting, that the applicant did not stand in the front of the room. We had limited space, and Adam and I were up there presenting in a very tight quarters. And when certain questions were being directed at the applicant, he rose and spoke from his location. I don't see how that really addresses the merits of a rezoning case. And then, the next couple of points are about the ties to the community. I recognize that these people have homes, they have a community there, and we hope to be a part of that. We think that by redeveloping this property so that it's not a burned out, blighted structure, that actually will enhance and improve the property values, the community, the walkability, and the safety for everyone's kids, for people walking the neighborhood. I think that covers most of the points that were raised both in person and online and through submission, but I would be happy to address any other concerns that the commissioners may have jotted down if I haven't already addressed
them. I think you've hit all the points that I had, that I had written down on that. Do you know, was it paying taxes?
It was not.
All right. Any questions from the commission? Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and just speak amongst the commission and stop all testimony. Any thoughts? In?
I think that the public opposition's pretty clear with something that it does to me feel like it is worthy of discussing as to whether it's spot zoning or not, just because it does feel to me as though the whole swath is residentially zoned, with the exceptions that I think are typical in a residential area. So it does seem out of place to me. I don't really know. I wish Commissioner Hill was here to talk about, a school perspective. It's tough to see these buildings be vacant for so long, but I'm inclined to, based upon the way that the community reacted, I'm inclined to take the chance in waiting longer and see if the community comes up with other opportunities and whether someone does want to redevelop it in a residential way. And so I'd rather wait to see if the community can get behind something that makes more sense for this area. It seems a little out of place for me.
I'm not hearing chance to even build a relationship. I think I'm hearing so much controversy of what the applicant wants to do that I don't see that there's room for them to work together to get what would be beneficial for both sides. The reason I kind of posed the question of future development went to some of the questions that were implied in the letters about the need for housing. And if that could be something down the road that could take place. I don't even see where there was a relationship with the school district and the neighborhoods in working on selling this property as well. And I know how intensive it is to work on the different area plans and to just simply come in and want to amend something that the neighbors had put so much thought into how they want their community to look down the road. I cannot really back off of that right now. So at this point, I'm at a no.
Okay, Ms. Rojas,
Comments.
no comments? Okay, this is another one. One of the good things about the planning commission is we try to take everything, every case is individual, you know, each one has its own unique items and things you look at for these cases. For me on this one, this is a little bit different than the Berry Road or even the other project we've talked about earlier today. It's an existing facility. It's been sitting empty for a long time. And getting some use out of it seems like an appropriate thing. So I guess I'm kind of in a different opinion as two of you that have already spoken. It's I understand we want to look out what's best for now and way into the future. Sometimes that's kind of hard, but I think with this particular site, it has, as part of the sale, it has 16 items that what's not allowed. It's a covenant that follows the property. So to help protect the community around, so that there aren't any of those unwanted businesses there. With the use that's going to be, had for this facility, with the radio, TV, 50 people that will be working there, the traffic seems like it'll be very minimal, in and out. And so, I truly sympathize with the concerns that all the neighbors have brought up, as well as the neighborhood. I totally get it. It's a beautiful area to have single family homes. Unfortunately, nothing's happened. Nobody's done anything since it's been vacant and the school's been abandoned. So at this point, I'm in support of the project.
It's the use-based versus form-based, approach is difficult for me in the sense that the building sat there like that. And so I like to think that form-based is a good way to go, and that if it's not bothering anyone, the building looks like it's, fits. And I guess the reason I was, leaning the other direction is because of the way it's up against land that is probably not going to change for a very long time. And it's right in between all these residential areas. And so I think you're right that it's a tough decision in the sense of, do you reuse it as it is today, and adaptive reuse is great, or are you ensuring that this needs to be a tear down, which maybe is a solution? I wish there are a few more people here to weigh in and provide better
We need
feedback.
James with us right now.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that docket number 4.1 and 4.2 be denied.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for denial of docket item 4.1 and 4.2. Any other discussion on that? There really isn't, but so Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Brown,
No?
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas.
No.
Okay, so we got a tie of yays and nays, 2-2. So I imagine that goes forward with no recommendation. Is that what you? Is that okay? Do you need something more than that, than what we have now?
I think that's fine. I mean, I think it's fine to just move it forward with no recommendation.
All right, thank you very much
for your time.
All right. Before we move on to the next item, I was supposed to make a statement of lunch today. Since we're only through docket item 4 and we have a few more to go, we will have lunch, meaning we will have to take a recess of a half an hour. I would like to hear one more case, and I'm hoping Commissioner Sadowski is able to join us again. What's that? You need a break? But before we do that, okay.
Just
It's,
5 minutes.
because I'd rather take the lunch break during, over the noon 1 o'clock. So let's take a 5-minute break and then let's hear, docket item number 5.
I don't think you'll be able to hear 5 and 6.
We won't be able to hear 6. So let's just do docket item 5 after a 5-minute break. And then we'll take our lunch for 30 minutes and then come back and hear the rest of the cases. That work? Thank you. 8 will be shorter than 5.
9 will be shorter than 8.
Now everyone's scrambling.
Yeah, we're just taking a short break right now.
Are you gonna, Andy, were you gonna tell me something? Were you gonna tell me something?
What's the matter?
You guys are off today.
We're out?
It's Matt Kiss. So, you know.
What do you mean we were off? Kind of lean back a little bit. Kind of laid back a little bit.
I have to
Seems to be, it seems to be.
fight for
more
my
relaxed.
cases too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems to be a little bit more relaxed. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about a tie, but that really worked.
Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene our meeting. We're hoping to hear docket item number 5 and then take a 30-minute recess after that for lunch. So let's go ahead and open up docket item 5, please. That's you, Larissa, or is that somebody else?
All right, the next item is, did we say docket item number 5? Okay.
Yeah, we should be on docket item 5.1 and 5.2.
Sounds good. Docket item 5.1 and 5.2 are companion cases. 5.1 is CD CPC 2023-00059, a request to approve an area plan amendment to the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan from residential medium density to light industrial on about 13.2 acres, generally located at 7100 Northeast 48th Street. And 5.2 is CD CPC 2023-00056, a request to approve a rezoning to MPD from districts R-6 and R-1.5 and approving a development plan which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow for development of commercial and industrial uses on about 13.2 acres, also located at 7100 Northeast 48th Street. And Genevieve Kahn is a staff planner.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Before you, like Larissa stated, is for an area plan amendment and rezoning to MPD. The site is generally located in the Northland, just northwest of Worlds of Fun. Here is the subject site outlined in yellow. It is currently zoned R-6 and R-1.5 and is approximately 13 acres. As you can see here, this is our 2022 orthographic map of the property, as we usually show, and it's completely vegetated. You may recognize the MPD site to the east. That is the Redwood residential mixed housing development project that was approved by the council in 2022. So speaking on the area plan amendment, the current future land use designation for this site is residential medium density. As you can see around, it's primarily the medium density designation with some low density to the southwest, and then some mixed use across 435. And then there is some commercial designation to the southeast, which is the Worlds of Fun area. This slide shows a little bit farther zoomed out area so you can get even more context. I just want to point out that we can see sort of a clear transition here. All of this light industrial to the east is Hunt Midwest project that's going to be coming in, as well as the industrial to the south here. And then as you cross over to the west side of 435, and then we see a gradual decrease in intensity to commercial, which is going to be primarily the B zoning districts. You have some institutional here, and then we continue to transition from the medium density residential with some slight mixed use neighborhood area, and then continuing north, you have residential low density to the north. So I just want to point out that there is a transition here of intensities outlined in the area plan and future land use designation. Because of that, the proposal for the area plan amendment on this specific site is for light industrial, which is this pink here. And based on that transition of intensities, staff does not feel that the light industrial designation is quite appropriate for this specific site. Move on here to the proposed development itself. There are 3 lots and 1 tract proposed to accommodate. We have a light industrial building on lot 1, gas station C-store on lot 3, and a multi-tenant, basically just spec commercial building that would allow a drive-through use on lot 2, and then stormwater detention in that new tract A. And then the next few slides just show the proposed elevations for each of the buildings. This one's for the multi-tenant commercial building, proposes stucco I believe tile, and some brick for the building materials. This elevation is for the C-store on the lot with the gas pumps. And then this is the proposed elevations for the light industrial building. This one's mostly made of concrete panels, which is typical for our industrial buildings. And then we have landscaping for each of the lots, screening drive-through uses, complying with AD 425. And then I just want to point out at staff's request, the applicant is proposing to provide a berm to better screen the light industrial building from Northeast 48th Street in addition to the landscaping. And then as far as what goes into rezoning to MPD, I know these cases are in front of you often, so you probably remember the 4 types that we see is either for enhanced protection of natural resource areas, traditional urban development, so that's our grid, streets, mixed use neighborhoods. Again, mixed use development, which is for a complementary mix of residential and non-residential uses, or mixed housing development, which the Redwood project was across 435. And then in addition to those 4 types of scope for MPD, there are some specific objectives. It's not required that an MPD meet every single one of these objectives. However, I do want to point out that this proposed development does not meet the majority of these objectives, including the consistency with the city's adopted plans. That's why we need to do the area plan amendment, as it does not comply with the current designation. This one doesn't include housing, so that one doesn't, like I said, it doesn't need to meet all of these. Compact mixed-use development patterns where residential, commercial, civic, and open space are located in close proximity to one another. Including coordinated transportation systems for multimodal mobility for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles, compatibility of buildings and other improvements from their arrangement, mass, and character to provide a high-quality livable environment. This proposed industrial commercial development directly abuts an existing residential neighborhood to the west. The incorporation of open space amenities. This doesn't really apply to this development. Low impact development practices. I would not call this a low impact, spec buildings, industrial, commercial, and just the general auto-oriented uses that are so close to so many surrounding residents that could easily access the site on foot. But these auto-oriented uses aren't really contributing to those neighboring residents. Additionally, I just have a few site street view photos. This is from the intersection of Northeast 48th Street and North Randolph Road, which is the southeast corner of the site. This photo from Street View is from May 2021. Like I mentioned in the orthographic photo, completely vegetated. This is the current view from Randolph Road of the site, taken this month. So the site has been nearly entirely cleared in anticipation of this development moving forward. Here's the view from Northeast 48th Street. So this is the frontage of the property. This photo is from 2021. And this is what the frontage on the site looks like now. The industrial building will be on the left side over here. And over on the right side is where that multi-tenant building and the gas station will be. And then this is a view from sort of the rear of the property, I guess you could say, the north side of the property that abuts. There's like a water tower park to the north of it. This is what it looked like in winter 2021. And this is what the site looks like now. You can see all of the topography and sloping. So I just wanted to show you what the site looks like now. I do want to point out that although the applicant is exempt from the recently approved tree preservation ordinance due to the removal of the trees prior to the adoption and the clause in the ordinance that states that if the property owner purchased the property within the last 5 years and then they file development plans with us, they are exempt from those requirements. However, the site has been drastically changed, and I wanted to remind everyone that this is why we adopted that ordinance, so we don't have mass clearing, especially before a development plan is actually approved for a site. And staff's recommendation for the area plan amendment and rezoning to MPD are both denial. I can take any questions at this time. Oh, I also, sorry, I wanted to add one more thing. The ordinance for this proposed development was introduced prior to this body hearing it. So although there are a set of conditions in my staff report, there are a few conditions with the council sponsor who introduced the ordinance that may be slightly different, and it will be heard at NPD tomorrow.
What's the approved project to the east highway?
That's the Redwood Gracemore project, which cannot remember the number of units, but typically they do like between 150 and 200, and it's the multiplex. They're all side by side, but they're multiplex rental units. There's like fourplex, duplex.
Commissioner Enders, I have that in my presentation to compare.
Okay, any other questions for city staff?
The zoning of the parcel to the north west side, what was that zoning? Park?
It's within this R6 zoning district. It's like the water tower park for Worlds of Fun, I believe.
And are more like open space, or is there a place where someone could drive and park their car and get out, or is it?
It's mostly open space for the water tower and maintenance.
Good, okay. All right, any other questions for city staff? Seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good morning or good afternoon now.
Yeah, guess it is. Good afternoon, Chairman Crowell, members of the City Plan Commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. To my right is Robert De La Fuente with Star Acquisitions, who has owned this property for the past couple years. And our engineer, if there are any questions, is in the audience, Mr. Art Aiken. I'm going to proceed with our PowerPoint, I think, and we're going to provide some history that I don't think you see in your staff report about this particular site and proposals to develop the site. And the result is why Star acquired the site a couple years ago. So if we
sorry.
A bit. So again, Star Acquisitions requests that the City Plan Commission recommend approval of its request to rezone the site to District MPD on this 13-acre property located northeast at the corner of Northeast 48th and Randolph Road, right next to Interstate 435. I don't think the impact of the interstate was really mentioned during Genevieve's staff report to you. And then to amend the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan to amend the land use plan to accommodate the warehousing storage structure that we have there. And we propose to have 3 lots, one with the warehousing, storage, distribution, flex space, a convenience store with gas sales, and an 11,000 square foot commercial building with a drive-through. Again, you see the aerial view with the trees, and yes, the trees were removed prior to the enactment of the tree preservation ordinance. And then this is the aerial view with the zoning district showing here. I'm going to visit the history of this site because the site is zoned R1.5, which would accommodate multi-family units on the site. Prior to Star acquiring it, and it's really the reason Star acquired it, is at least 2 or 3 years ago, there was a proposal to put some multifamily apartment units on this site. It was heavily opposed by the neighborhood, so it never moved forward. And as a result, the site has sat there undeveloped since then. The neighborhood is Maple Park Neighborhood Association, and Star spent 2 years working with the neighborhood on what they want to see. And I'll show you a letter of support because we attended their neighborhood meeting and presented our proposal, and they voted to support what we're doing here. And then, although Genevieve's slide to the south of 48th Street, which I'm a little confused about, shows that as residential. And there is a commercial building sitting there vacant on the south side of the site. There is an underlying B US zoning district, which is around. Some of the mining probably has gone in across there. We believe the MPD zoning district request is appropriate. It lists, and Genevieve has showed you those 4 examples. It lists examples of types of possible MPD development, but it doesn't limit it to these 4 examples. I've had this discussion here before this commission before. So we believe the MPD zoning is appropriate here to address circumstances of the Maple Park Plaza property and the compatibility with what the neighborhood wants to see adjacent to their subdivision. Again, I'm going to go through this with you. Somehow the Redwood MPD plan was justified as something that qualifies for an MPD, but the Maple Park is not. The city has used MPD in a number of circumstances, and we've gone through the past couple years of history of the use of MPD. Here's the Redwood MPD development plan. And at the top right is the staff report that justifies the use of the MPD by stating it consists of single-story multiplex and duplex buildings containing a total of 179 units. If you look at the lower left-hand chart, you'll see that the only type of use they listed was multi-unit townhomes. There's not a distinction between the products that is offered in the Redwood to justify MPD, if that's the staff's position. Here are the renderings of the Redwood. So we had public engagement on our specific proposal. We mailed the letters, and then we attended their Maple Park Neighborhood Council meeting on May 15th. On May 16th, we provided the summary of this. And then at the bottom of this slide, you see the Maple Park Neighborhood Council letter of support. These are the surrounding photos. Up on the upper right-hand corner is the church that exists. And then the lower pictures show the I-435 right next to our right adjacent in the area of our property. These are slides again of the existing site, which Genevieve has already showed you. This is the development plan that is in front of you. You can see that the industrial building sits down. And we certainly have made sure that there's buffering adjacent to both 48th Street and then the neighborhood with the landscaping. These are the landscaping plans. These are the renderings, and we did improve the renderings given some staff comments as we went through this process. And you can see that these buildings all have a unified plan for the materials on the buildings. We're here to ask you to approve the rezoning from R6 and R1.5 to District MPD. We believe that's a better thing to go to, where you have a specific plan that gets approved as a part of the zoning rather than rezoning to a general open category with a development plan. Because any significant changes, of course, then have to come back through the process. And then subsequently, we're also asking for the area plan amendment. And we're in agreement with the staff recommended conditions should you choose to approve. And I don't know if, Robert, do you want to add anything about?
No, we tried very hard to work with the neighboring community, met with them at least 3 times. And this was an acceptable compromise with what we brought.
Two questions. One, did you say something about the industrial building sitting lower?
Do you want to explain that?
So if you're looking from where Genevieve had showed the water tower, it sits pretty high in elevation. Like the only time I see cars over there is 4th of July weekend when World of Fun has their show. But what's the drop off, Art, from the property to the north to?
You come up to the mic.
Yeah, do you want to just?
Yeah, I'll jump you. Art Aiken, 405 South Leonard, Liberty, Missouri. AGC engineers here representing Star. And the topography here is rolling quite a bit, and there's quite a bit of relief. The northwest corner of that is at a 966 elevation. The finished floor of the industrial building is a 926 preliminary right now. That could change as we get into detailed design. But you'll see the dark line around the west and north side of that. That's a retaining wall that varies anywhere from 20 to 28 feet high. So we're setting that building kind of down in a hole in that northwest corner. We provided the buffer on the west side from the residential on the west, and we put the docks on the north side, which is actually working against the grade, but it hides them between the trucks between the dock and the wall on the north side. So it's not going to be very visible from 48th Street.
And the southwest portion of the property, can you explain what that's going to be like in between, or what that would be like in between that building and then the residential?
We're leaving the some of the existing trees on what's there now is we're leaving that, providing the green space. So that southwest corner will be the existing trees, green space, and landscaping. It does drop down from the building there. And then in front of the building, as staff had asked, we're providing a berm between the auto parking and 48th Street. And that actually sets up higher than 48th Street. So with the height and the berm and the landscaping on the berm, that's going to tend to hide that building also. But that'll be the dressed up portion of the building.
And then you'd mentioned that you started this conversation a few years ago with residents, and in the presentation, the dates listed were more recent meetings. Do you have any sense as to why people changed their mind about multifamily to this? And then of the app or of the neighbors who came to the meeting, were any of them abutting the property?
There was one gentleman, I don't remember the name, but he sits off to the west side of the property on top of what'll be the ridge.
We had a group of about, I would say, 25 to 35 there. Some members of the church that exist on our north side were there. As to why the neighborhood finds this acceptable, I find a lot of neighborhoods have significant concerns about multifamily adjacent to their neighbors in their neighborhood. So. And I believe that Star is a good community member and they trust the product that Star is building. If you don't know, Star doesn't build things and sell them. They continue to own them and work with the community.
I think one of the things that went a long way is the owner of Star Development is a lifelong Northland resident from this community. He actually graduated from Winnetonka, so he actually knows a lot of these folks from the area. I think that went a long way.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm trying to, yes. Your renderings for the redwood houses, where are those in relationship to your project?
Redwood is across I-435 on our east side, across the east side of I-435. So if I go back to this.
Over here.
In the yellow. Commissioner Beasley, what is highlighted in yellow is the Redwood project.
Okay, and then you're the red. that's
And
on-
we're
back to the
over in
west.
the R, it says R1.5. Yeah, we're directly to the west of the project across the interstate.
So what does the housing stock look like that's down west of you?
There are homes
Right
that
there.
were probably built in the ones in Maple Park were built probably in the 50s, 60s.
That's Maple Park, okay. They're single families. These were,
Yes, those are duplexes, multi-unit townhomes.
I like those though. The other thing you're throwing me on, you mentioned Worlds of Fun, and I'm not visualizing Worlds of Fun.
Worlds of Fun is
Intersection.
it's to the east and the north. Oh,
South.
no, east and south, sorry. Yeah, you can see where it says B4-5/US. That's the Worlds of Fun parking lot
Okay,
where you drop off or where kids get dropped off.
so that new funny interchange off of 210, that's still a little further
That's a couple
south?
miles.
That's further south.
Okay, that's what was thrown. I says, where is this? Okay,
This is the space between the Clay Como exit and Worlds of Fun, but on the east side of 435. So Grace Moore is a residential neighborhood that a lot of people are
Mhm.
familiar with on the east side, right next to Redwood.
they
That's
work
where
with
this is at.
NNI a lot. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Thank you. So do we know what type of user would be using this facility?
Want to talk about your
For-
potential tenants. for
So
all of it.
for the multi-tenant retail, it's typically like a place to go get your haircut, insurance agent, maybe a Subway or something similar to that. The C store is just a placeholder for now. But we have a couple of interested parties in that. The industrial, I don't know at this point. It's somewhat small for an industrial building. Usually people don't build 100,000 square feet. It could be one tenant, it could be 4 tenants. I think it would be something towards the end of the supply chain. It might be someone that serves Ford storing materials because they're just the next exit down.
That was the one I was more concerned about. I wasn't concerned about the retail part. Okay. Thank you.
And any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 5.1 or 5.2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I don't see one in the chamber. However, Josh Barrett has raised his hand and I've requested he accept a promotion. It looks like he just joined. Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so I represent Arbor Mist Townhomes to the south. That's about 200 families there. None of which were notified, even though we're within that 300 feet about the meeting on the 15th, but that's neither here nor there. Our community has already been negatively impacted by this project prior to the project even really getting started. The clearing caused a significant increase in rodent and snake problems in our neighborhood. We also have major concerns as it relates to traffic and noise, specifically as it relates to the industrial building that would be going in. The street there is pretty narrow. I'm not sure how big a truck they'd be trying to get in there. We've already seen big trucks have problems on that road, as well as the driveway there being directly across from our main entrance to our neighborhood on Corrington, just to the south.
Can you tell me which road you're talking about that's too narrow? You talking about
48th
Street?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there's been a traffic impact study that's been done as it relates to this.
Yes.
There has. Okay. Is that available somewhere?
It's online.
Okay, I will take a look at that. We're actually very excited as it relates to having additional retail and even a potential gas station right across the street. Our concern is specifically to the industrial building, but maybe some modifications could be made to make that work better. A traffic light or the driveway being relocated to not necessarily being directly across from our street.
Okay.
That's really all we had.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
No. Oh, someone raised their hand. Who is it?
Nelson Nisley.
I'm sorry?
Nelson Nisley, and I've just promoted him.
Okay.
And Nelson, you've been promoted.
All right. Thank you. I'm one associate pastor at Tower View Baptist Church. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. We have no objections to the retail part of it. The water tower, you guys would know the water tower is the Worlds of Fun water tower. It's the colorfully painted one. The land that the water tower sits on, the neighborhood uses, the kids ride their motorcycles and four-wheelers out there. And if there's a retaining wall abutting against it, that's just a safety hazard there. It butts up against our property. Many years ago, like 50 years ago, our church built a ball field on that corner of a lot. And unfortunately, they built it over the property line. We understand that we're not arguing about that. But that some of the neighborhood kids do use our ball field. And there'll be a retaining wall right at the edge of it. because it's a retaining wall on that corner too. So it's just a safety issue there too. But as far as the retail part, we don't have any objection to it. The retaining walls is just be a safety hazard for the people who use that land to just play on, basically. And but our church has no major objections to the retail parts of it. And the warehouse, it just depends on how loud it is and all that.
Okay.
Any questions for me?
No. Thank you for calling in, though. Anybody else, Joe? Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. There's a couple of comments about the warehouse and noise, and just some thoughts on that and some how we can combat that, as well as the retaining wall, some safety
Yeah.
for that.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to have Art Aiken come up and talk about what we're doing in terms of the road improvements for the trucks to make their turns into the site first, because we are doing some road improvements out there to accommodate the truck movements.
On 48th Street, we're adding a eastbound right turn lane. We'll be improving the turn radiuses, and on Randolph Road, we're widening that as we go north and providing a southbound left turn lane.
Eastbound left
There's,
turn?
I'm sorry, westbound. There's a westbound right turn lane. And then on 48th Street, there's a southbound left turn lane. And we'll be improving the radiuses at that intersection.
So, and then do you want to talk about the retaining wall and I
and
mean,
we-
we can add fencing on top of a retaining wall if there's.
The property to the
some
north is
type of
actually owned by the
fence.
city, so I mean, if there's people riding motorcycles up there, they shouldn't be, but we can do a fence and landscaping there so people will know.
You mind speaking into the microphone so everybody can hear you? There we go.
Sorry,
Thank you.
the area that he had indicated is actually, it's city-owned property, if I'm not mistaken. So there shouldn't be people on dirt bikes or four-wheelers over there. We'll screen it in such a way that it'll be obvious that there's a drop off there.
Okay.
With regard to the noise, this is a small industrial building. I know the knee jerk is that it's a constant stream of 18-wheelers going in and out. That's not going to be the case here. And we're really right next to 435 as it is. So I don't foresee the truck noise being any more than what they deal with right now.
Okay. Any other thoughts from the commissioners?
My thought is I just don't really like the industrial use based on the area plan. Feels like spot zoning to me. And I'm not hearing neighborhood support as of yet. So I think that we don't have the full story here with the multifamily that was previously proposed. I'm not hearing positive support for this project.
Commissioner Zadowski, there is a letter in our PowerPoint that has the neighborhood support. If you flip.
It's attached to the staff report as well.
What are the bounds of that neighborhood association?
I don't have.
Maple
them in front
Park?
of you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, which one? Maple Park.
Well, the one that had support, does that include the homes immediately to the west?
The
can-
redwood that haven't, or yeah,
No.
it includes the ones to the west, yes. It's to the west and it's all around up there. To the north.
Not sure the exact boundary either.
But
It goes over to 435. It's everything north of 48th and west of 435, includes this property, Maple Park Neighborhood Association.
Mr. Barsert was south.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Barsert, Josh Barsert that just called in, just was on. He's in the
Yep.
neighborhood that's south of that, right?
Right, south of 48th.
Harbor Mist Townhomes.
Mhm.
Anything else from the commission? Any thoughts?
I mean, I agree with Commissioner Sadowski that I'm surprised that, we didn't hear more from, for example, people living on North Winchester Ave, but if since we haven't heard any opposition to it, since the neighborhood association seems to be in support, since it seems like a really thoughtfully done development in terms of the topography, I'm supportive of it.
Okay. I'm just going to make a statement, this is my opinion. But this case has already been introduced to council. And in my opinion, that kind of really diminishes and shows a lot of lack of respect for staff and the city planning commission. And so I was kind of lost after that statement was made. I think we're just trying to circumvent the process a little bit with that kind of, introduction, that it doesn't matter how or what comments are made by planning commission or even staff, because it's already introduced to council. So that's just my thought. I just want to make that clear for any future project that I will feel the same about those as well.
Chairman Crowe, I'm sorry if you feel that you weren't, your opinion's not respected. It is. But I think you all know we're in the middle of a council election. And we have to deal with the timing, given the transition from the old council to the new council.
Yeah, and this is not the first time this has happened, and I'm certain it's not going to be the last time. But I'm just putting it out there. This is my statement, and I don't appreciate it, really.
Did I miss it? I didn't hear that.
That was one of the first comments that staff made as they made their
Yes, I was too
presentation.
busy
So
trying to pull up stuff. I'm sorry, Genevieve.
Okay, it was at the end. You heard all the other important stuff first.
Yeah, I was over here trying to get stuff going. I'm sorry.
any other comments from the commission before? I think it's time to make a vote.
All right, if there are no other comments, then I'll go ahead and move to approve, recommend approval of docket item 5.1 and 5.2 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 5.1 and 5.2. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
I'm gonna say aye.
Brown,
No?
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
No,
I'm sorry, was that an aye or no?
no.
Okay. So the motion passes 3-2. I want to make it clear, my no is based on the circumventing piece, not the project itself. I mean, I think it's, it seems like it's a project that's accepted by the neighborhoods in the surrounding area. That'll fit. I like, the retaining wall and the building sitting down. I think it's going to help screen that as much as possible. So again, my no is more for the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. And so it's 12:40-ish right now. So break will end at 1:10. So thank you, everybody, for the lunch break. Thank you for the lunch break. Here we're ready to convene the meeting here, beginning with docket item 6. And I think, Mr. Rojas, you able to stay through this case or no?
I don't know how long it's gonna last up. I need no later than 1:30.
It'll be longer than that.
Pardon me?
It'll be longer than that.
than 15 minutes.
Okay, then. I'll excuse myself. then.
Okay, Commissioner Sadowski, you're good to stay the rest of the afternoon?
Yes, good to go.
All right.
All right, docket item 6 is case number CPC 2023-00062. A request to approve an overlay to create development and site design standards for the Westport area on about 62 acres located along Westport Road, starting at Southwest Traffic Way to the boundary of the main corridor overlay district and along Pennsylvania Avenue from 39th Street to 43rd Street. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner.
All right, as was mentioned, this is for the Westport Overlay District, docket item number 6. I did a rough map just to show you the streets that were involved. The overlay is really focused on the lots that front Westport Road and Pennsylvania Avenue. The city of Kansas City adopted the Westport District Master Plan in 2019, and that adopted plan recommended the establishment of an overlay district for those properties on the roads that are highlighted in order to create a more consistent design standard and to help maintain the character that is that Westport has created. The overlay extends along Westport Road from Southwest Traffic Way to Main Street, and it kind of touches that border of the Main Street overlay. And then it extends from Pennsylvania from 39th Street to 43rd Street. Overlay districts are for areas of the city that have unique qualities. And as what you all know, Westport has a unique quality and character for the developments currently in place. The applicant is looking to preserve that character and help future developments match that neighborhood feel and the character of the area by limiting our building height, encouraging varying construction materials, and enhancing the pedestrian experience along these roads. Here is the current zoning, and I'll just use my cursor to show you. It consists mostly of B zoning districts and MPD, and there's a couple URs in there. The overlay will allow uses that are allowed only in the business district or the B zoning district. And it'll lower some of the zoning intensities throughout this area. And then here's a much nicer overlay showing the affected lots. The overlay districts are established in accordance with the zoning map amendment procedures, which require public engagement meetings. A public engagement meeting did occur with the applicant and the community members. There was positive comments that came from the public, and I'll let the applicant go into a little more detail on that. Currently, there's a mix of commercial and residential uses along the corridor. And I just want to point out that since the publication of the staff report, there's an updated version. It's online, but the only edits are minor, just to ensure that the signage regulations in the overlay match a little more closely with what is in the zoning and development code. And staff is recommending approval of this overlay. And that's the end of my presentation, and I can answer questions if you have them.
Okay, any questions for city staff?
Might be covered in the applicant's presentation, but on the map with the red pieces, what's the little carve out right where your cursor is?
This one?
Property, further up Westport Road, there's one parcel or property that isn't red.
So that is a large apartment complex that's located there. And so because that's primarily residential and not likely to redevelop in the near future, it wasn't included in the overlay.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a point of clarification, the overlay, does it or does it not affect the intersection there? Southwest Traffic Way and buildings?
It is only for buildings, not the intersection itself. Right.
All right, so we might as well go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Mind stating your name and address for the record?
Yes, thank you. Abby Kinney. I am an urban planner at Multi Studio. Would you like me to include my work address or my home address?
Either one.
I'll do my work address. That's 4200 Pennsylvania Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111.
Okay.
I got it. I can do it now.
Here, you. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. I am here to present about the Westport Overlay District. I'm a planner located at Multi Studio in Westport, tasked with facilitating this process and writing the overlay alongside our partners at the city, as well as the Westport Regional Business District and Historic Kansas City. So the intent of this overlay, as Larissa mentioned, is to specifically focus on properties that are fronting on Westport Road and Pennsylvania Avenue and provide an additional level of refinement related to land uses and development pattern and forms so that there is a uniform consistency specifically in this area. So it's a little bit different from other overlay districts in that they span really long corridors like the Troost Overlay District, Main Street Overlay District, Independence, and then I'm sure future overlay districts that are created are typically span really long corridors. This is very much focused on the core of Westport and preserving that character. If you go to the next slide, it provides kind of an overview, as Larissa mentioned, that this is really rooted in the Westport Plan process, which started back in 2016, 2017 with the business owners in Westport and property owners, as well as the surrounding neighborhood organizations. And so that process was the baseline for creating the Westport Overlay District and the guidance that helped to move this process along of actually creating an overlay district. And many of the people who are involved in that process have continued to be thankfully involved in this process as well. So we've been focusing on the zoning overlay since the beginning of this year, and we did recently have a community meeting. We also had a second community meeting. Really, it was the first community meeting that took place in March of this year, as well as a number of really intensive stakeholder meetings with the business community, with the property owners to focus on a number of components. And so with that, I'll go through kind of the highlights of the overlay district on the next slide. We provided a consistent uniform land use table for these properties. So if you look at the overlay district, you'll see that there is one land use table and it is applicable to all underlying zoning districts. So currently the Westport area has a number of B districts, so business districts, as well as manufacturing districts that are still here from another time. So this was an opportunity to have a consistent table that promotes expectations among business owners for what they're likely to see in the future. We were able to get into a discussion with the community as well as business owners about uses that were currently allowed that we ought to remove through this overlay process. So everything from horse stables to pawn shops to vehicle storage and towing, a lot of manufacturing uses were currently allowed. And so although we don't see some of these uses currently in Westport, this offers an opportunity to remove it from what we might see in this district. On the next slide, we also were able to provide some refinement to parking. So in this district in particular, we came to the agreement to remove parking minimums from this area for property development and also introduce parking maximums. So there is a requirement that if a developer is to expand or add parking to their site, that if they were going to do a maximum, I believe over 30% of what the minimum in the city's table has, that there is a review process for that to justify adding an exceptional amount of parking, and also requiring a special use permit process for the expansion and addition of parking. So really focusing on this refined area that's very pedestrian and bike oriented. And so making sure to preserve that character in Westport was a desire of the businesses and property owners, and also having design standards for when parking is approved in the Westport area so that it's not right up on the street, so that it's behind buildings, screened, and doesn't disrupt the pattern that makes Westport a really special place in Kansas City. On the next slide, we have information about the height limits. So the stakeholders came to the agreement of implementing a 3-story height limit right on the street edge of Pennsylvania Avenue or Westport Road, but also having an exception 50 feet off the front property line. So having kind of a tiered approach, allowing for additional height. An exception to this has to do with parking. If a developer is able to reach an agreement with Kansas City on a shared public parking arrangement, it allows for 5 stories across the entire site. So really trying to create ways in which the streetcar can be leveraged and having shared parking in the Westport area in the future as development occurs in the district. The next slide has information about an exception we have for street front open space. So this was important because we have a lot of patios in Westport that are very popular for establishments for restaurants, as well as growing popularity of recreational uses as well. So providing the ability to do what we've defined as usable open space along the sides or even partially in the fronts of buildings. So Harry's, Sava, the former McCoys are all examples that we used to formulate that measurement to do street front open space as an exception to setbacks. Finally, we have design standards that have been included in this, very much similar to how the Main Street overlay or the Trist overlay has implemented their design standards. So focusing very much on first floor entry features, transparency, promoting storefront patterns, as well as limitations on blank walls and long wall planes. On the next slide, there's information about permitted materials. So this again is very similar to Trist overlay, Main Street overlay, having primary materials of brick, stone, cast stone, terracotta, and tile, and then providing secondary materials both for street facing walls as well as side and rear walls. And we've introduced a prohibited material that is new that we've defined in the overlay district for the purposes of this ordinance for electronic and digital facade elements. So large scale electronic facades, essentially. And then finally, we have a signage section that is very much based on the Main Street Corridor Overlay District because they had a pretty simple and good approach that staff is familiar with. We've allowed for slightly more flexibility than Main Street currently allows because Westport has a lot of eclectic signage, but we really did need to have an overlay of standards that is a little bit stricter than what the city's ordinance provides. We've also created refined language related to historical signage. And with that, I think that's everything. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for applicant?
Yeah, I have a couple. One, since I think of most of the time overlays as being restrictive, and since there are things that allow a property owner to have less parking or more parking and add flexibility, are there any neighboring parcels that have said like, I want to be roped into this as well?
Neighboring properties of the overlay that wanted to be included?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge. Yeah, I haven't heard of anybody asking specifically to be included. I think because this has been such a long-standing discussion amongst the business owners and property owners in Westport, I think that the owners were pretty familiar with the idea that we're focusing on Westport Road, Pennsylvania Avenue. We did try to be very specific for when we're trying to be more strict, but also have opportunities for, as I mentioned, exceptions and flexibility. And we got quite a bit of feedback from people who are familiar with other overlay districts so that we can try to improve how this one is being managed and hopefully allow for enough flexibility that it doesn't stifle things to happen, but also focusing on the things that stakeholders are really interested in. So hopefully that's how this works.
And from a staff perspective, would it be helpful if a applicant who like abutted a property that was in the overlay also wanted, more lenient parking standards? Would that influence your all's decision of like, well, they're really close to that overlay?
No, they would have to follow the zoning standards that are applicable to their lot.
It wouldn't like influence your thought process as to whether, okay. And then
I ask I was just curious how the overlay boundary was actually determined.
How
What's
it
that
was
based on?
determined?
Yeah.
It was determined specifically based on the properties that are fronting on Westport Road and Pennsylvania Avenue, the ones that are touching these streets. And the Westport plan has other recommendations related to, say, property along Broadway Boulevard, for example, as well as Mill Street. So there's some different recommendations that have to do with zoning on those two streets that at the time staff was comfortable with. And so we really wanted to stick to the scope of what the Westport plan recommended in this overlay.
Okay, so there's something different on the Broadway Boulevard piece.
Yes, it recommends some strategic rezoning changes that staff could work with property owners on, but it would be a different process since we really just wanted to stick to what the recommendation said for this one.
Sorry.
yeah, and along those lines, was there a reason for not roping Broadway into this overlay?
So in the Westport plan, the recommendation for Broadway really had to do with allowing Broadway to have more height than what is being promoted along Westport Road and Pennsylvania Avenue, as well as Mill Street. So the idea that I think stakeholders had said was that those areas were more of a relief valve as the streetcar comes up Main Street. We're definitely expecting to have more development on Main Street and perhaps on Broadway and other corridors. And so this was really about preserving height, having the brick facade, the consistency with materials. And so bringing in those other properties, it may be more challenging to make that case since there isn't as much consistency and character and quality of the buildings along Broadway.
Yeah.
But perhaps Broadway could have an overlay district in the future that really meets the expectations and needs of those business owners and property owners.
I think it makes sense as is. I was curious, and I think that's a great rationale. In regards to height and other, are there existing buildings today that are really good examples of things that wouldn't be allowed today? For example, like the project on Broadway and Westport Road, or the hotel further west. Are there good examples of things that, because I would like to be able to like think of the things that this will prohibit and then reason with those and weigh those and be like, okay, it's worthwhile, even though we wouldn't be able to have these things that we currently have.
So the project on Broadway and Westport Road that you mentioned, that's fairly new, was very controversial at the time. And I believe was one of the things that created the impetus for doing a Westport plan and bringing people together to revisit development in Westport and have some guidance there. We actually, as part of our exercise on height and studying that, we photoshopped that building and other buildings in the area to see what that tiered approach would look like. So it wouldn't change it too much except for having the tier rather than building it all out at, I believe that one is 6 stories. However, if that building were brought in under this overlay and we're 5 stories, it could do 5 stories across the entire site if it came to some kind of public parking arrangement with the city, which people could utilize to go to businesses in Westport and in the future use the streetcar and go to other parts of the city too.
Are there any examples of like buildings that a lot of people deem attractive that would not qualify based upon the material requirements?
There's none that I can think of specifically. A lot of the buildings in this overlay district currently are pretty consistent with the plan. There's a few that maybe wouldn't be allowed under this because they're made with EFIS or some kind of material like that. But for the most part, it's very consistent with the current character of these buildings.
I had a question about historic preservation. If any of the buildings along this route are preserved through a historic district or project specific historic preservation.
So there's a number of buildings that either are considered historic or qualify as part of a historic district or could qualify for local historic designation. Part of creating the Westport plan was also creating a historic resources survey. So if property owners in those potential districts wanted to also do a historic overlay, that's something they could utilize that survey to do. However, this really just handles the zoning piece of that, but there is a possibility for those that qualify as historic, either as part of a historic district or a historic overlay.
Okay, that's helpful. I think given the limitation on height, that also provides a certain level of assurance that some of the smaller scale buildings will not be demolished in pursuit of a much higher density building. And I think given some of the buildings are some of the earliest buildings in our city, I think that that's helpful.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, is Kelly's on the corner of 43rd and Pennsylvania?
Yes. Yeah, Westport Road there.
Okay. I was trying to figure out where Pennsylvania was. Okay.
Can you know things by the taverns then?
That particular one. I know.
Okay.
It's in the news.
Kelly's is a good frame of reference.
So the condos or apartments above where Pennsylvania and let's see, over near Savat. So that would have been too tall.
So that one would have needed, so good question. That was one that we actually photoshopped to change what that might look like. And so that would be one that would need to do that tiered approach unless they did the public parking arrangement. I actually believe that the first floor material for that may have needed to be a different material compared to the rest of the building, if I'm picturing it correctly. So there would have need to be some kind of brick veneer on the front.
Any other questions? Commissioner Sadowski?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. I'm Kim Kimbrough with Westport Regional Business League. I'm here representing the property owners and the business owners in Westport. We wholeheartedly endorse this proposed overlay district. Westport is the most walkable area in the city of Kansas City. We're the second most active bike area in the city of Kansas City. People come to Westport because of its pedestrian orientation and pedestrian feel, and the overlay district really helps protect that going forward for the future. But at the same time allows for additional development and redevelopment within a framework that will not destroy what makes Westport a special kind of place. So for those reasons, on behalf of the property owners and the business owners in Westport, we would ask your concurrence with this proposal as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Lisa Briscoe. I live at 3514 Jefferson Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm an architect and city planner, and I'm here today representing Historic Kansas City. Almost 6 years ago, Historic Kansas City began a very long conversation with the Westport Regional Business League, and it's led us here today. I won't repeat because it's been a long day for you all as well, but in addition to the planning, the Historic Resources Survey, the long-term outcome was foreseen was to have some sort of either a historic district or a special character overlay district. Through long conversations with the property owners, residential neighborhoods, stakeholders, this is the outcome that we all felt was the best solution for Westport Road and for Pennsylvania. So we would encourage your support. Thank you.
Anybody else, Joe?
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, nothing for me.
Okay. Guess we'll go ahead and close testimony and talk amongst the commissioners, or I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 6 without conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to approve docket item number 6 without conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Right. Looks like it passes 4-0. Thank you for bringing it in and all
Thank
your hard
you.
work. So,
Yeah, thank you very much.
yeah. Okay, I think we're ready for docket item number 7, please.
All right, item 7 is case number CPC 2023-00061. Request to approve the 49th and Montgall PIEA General Development Plan and declare the area blighted and insanitary and in need of redevelopment and rehabilitation pursuant to the Missouri Planned Industrial Expansion Authority law on about 6 acres located at East 49th Street and Montgall Avenue. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Can you see if either David McCoubry, if they're online, please? Or Mark Bryant?
Doesn't appear that either of them are online. I think we should maybe move to the next item and give them a call.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
the applicants aren't online and obviously not in attendance.
Okay, they're not online right now? No, okay. Well, let's go ahead and hold that case then, and let's move to docket items 8.1 and 8.2. Applicants are here.
Yes, they're here.
So let's
Okay.
do that.
Docket item 8 is 2 companion cases, starting with 8.1, case CPC 2023-00080. Request to approve an area plan amendment to the Shoal Creek Valley area plan to change the recommended land use from institutional to institutional, residential low density, and mixed use community on about 23 acres located at 11250 North Eastern Avenue. And docket item 8.2, case CPC 2023-00055, request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved preliminary development plan in District MPD, which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow for a mixture of commercial and residential uses on about 23 acres at the same location. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Good afternoon. Before you is docket items 8.1 and 8.2 for an area plan amendment and rezoning to MPD. The site is generally located in the northeast corner
We're
of,
not seeing the presentation. I think we're seeing the opposite screen.
I will try sharing again.
Yep, got it now.
Thank you. Site is generally located in the northeast corner of the city, just south of Highway 291. This is a close-up of the subject site. It's at the southwest corner of 291 Northeast Cookingham Drive, same road, and Northeastern Avenue. And there is one building on the site currently. It is an existing church. And the site is about 23 acres. So before you, as mentioned, is the area plan amendment. On the left is what the future land use designation currently is in the area plan. The property is almost entirely designated for institutional. That's because the church is on the property. And then the proposed amendment, which you'll see the proposed plan in a moment, is to have the future land use designation on the west side of the property be low density residential, and then at the northeast corner of the property for that to be designated mixed use community, and then the lot area where the church will remain will stay as institutional. And as you can see, some of the surrounding areas, the proposed amendment is consistent with the surrounding future land use recommendations. This is the proposed site plan. North on this plan is to your right. The preliminary plat associated with this case will create a total of 36 lots, and all of the interior roads that you see will be public roads. Lots 1 through 34. As you can see, these look like the traditional single-family detached home lots. So on those lots 1 through 34, those will be allowed residential uses. And lots 35 and 36 will allow commercial uses. The plan specifically is showing on lot 36 a drive-through restaurant facility, and on lot 35 a multi-tenant commercial building with potential for a drive-through tenant similar to the development plan you saw earlier. And then, as you can see, lot 13A just separates out the existing church into its own lot. This development plan does meet the criteria for rezoning to MPD. As you saw earlier, there is a complementary mix of institutional, residential, and commercial uses for this site. Although I will point out that the proposed commercial development, as you can see, is mostly auto-oriented. Staff and the applicant work together to add in this pedestrian connection in tract C that will create better pedestrian mobility from the existing neighborhood onto the site, so that it is more mixed use and that more of the residents have access to the proposed commercial uses. These next few slides are the proposed building elevations. The materials include stucco, brick, and some faux wood siding. This first one is for the multi-tenant commercial building. This next one is for the drive-through facility. And then the landscape plan to show screening on Highway 291 and of those vehicular use areas. And then just a few street view images of the site. So this is the north portion of the site from Cookingham Road. You can see there's just a small vegetative buffer to the site. And then as you go south on Northeastern, this is the site, as you can see, it's kind of wide open. And then the southern portion of the site, the church is on the left here, and this is looking towards the site that will have the residential lots and the commercial buildings. Staff and the applicant would request that the commission delete condition number 26. This is a comment from Public Works that is not applicable at this time. And then again, the conditions that you see in front of you with the deletion of this are all of the applicant and staff are in agreement with. However, again, this ordinance was introduced, so the conditions in the ordinance are ever so slightly different, but staff and the applicant agree on all those conditions. And staff recommends approval of this area plan amendment and approval with conditions for the rezoning to MPD. I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff?
I have a couple, but they might be better for the applicant, but I'll go ahead and ask them now. One was the commercial part. I was curious to know the business sense behind it because there's not a lot of commercial in there and it seems like there are plenty of houses to support it. And we haven't seen that. And so it was interesting to see. And related to that, I take it staff wants that access to be as it is currently and not off of 291 because 291 is probably too fast for that. Okay.
Yes, we are in agreement about where those access points should be, especially since it's accessing into what would be a residential neighborhood as well.
Okay. And you can answer the second part in your
Commissioner Enders, I'm not going to have a large presentation because staff and us have worked very well together to come up with a plan that we can all support. If you'd flip back to your first slide where you're showing the vacant ground to the east. Yeah. So if you look at that slide, the area to the east of Northeastern is zoned R 7.5 now. That is the site of where Star is currently developing villa homes called Auburndale Manor, which you all approved a couple years ago. At the time you approved that site had been zoned pretty heavily commercial, had a much more intense commercial plan on that site. And we Star determined that it really just needs more of a neighborhood market kind of commercial area. So that's the thinking behind that. I don't think they have any particular tenant at this point, but it could include coffee shops, donut shops, any other type of little small office in that retail center. I passed out the PowerPoint. I'll just highlight the fact that we had our neighborhood meeting on May 16th. We've answered a couple of subsequent emails since that neighborhood meeting. And then we are in agreement with the staff conditions subject to the deletion of condition number 26. And I'll say it, Chairman Crowell, I know you're not happy that the ordinances were introduced ahead of time, but we're just trying to keep on a schedule here. So.
Okay, any questions for the staff yet and the applicant? I think that's your presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't mind explaining further, I'm just curious about if you could speak a little bit more to the two commercial pieces. I think it's a nice fit. We just typically, I'm wondering if it's because home builders are home builders and on a project this small, we usually don't see commercial. And zooming out primarily to the southeast, there are a lot of rooftops and it seems as though this will be a nice addition, but is there like market conditions as to why people don't add commercial uses to smaller developments?
Yeah, Robert can answer that. If you go further to the east, it's very heavily commercial, which STAR has developed, so.
So the main kind of commercial corridor is at 291 and 35, closer towards Liberty. And we did develop that heavily commercial. There's a Price Chopper anchored development. As you head west to 108th, we redeveloped the corner there into somewhat larger commercial area than this, but more appropriate for the amount of houses along 291 there. And then we have yet to be developed 16 acres, 20 acres on next to the fire station, just a little bit to the west. That's primarily going to be where most of the commercial will fit. It just fits the area a little bit better. So I think the only thing that we could fill would be those two buildings in that spot, but it does. There is a need for that type of product in that neighborhood. Actually used to live right back in there.
Thanks.
I wondered if the applicant could speak to the layout of the commercial buildings. Seems like they sort of have their own parking lots. Is there not an opportunity for those to be a common lot and reduce some of the pavement?
Question is we tried to encourage shared parking, cross access, and I'm not sure why we did that. If it ends up, these are always kind of best guess. So if that ends up being a fast food user on the corner, it makes sense to have common access if it's feasible. Or do you know why?
Art Aiken, 405 South Leonard, Liberty, Missouri. Right now, the preliminary look is that we have a little bit of grade change between the two sites. So that makes it a little difficult, not impossible, to make a cross connection. And as Robert said, preliminarily, they do encourage cross access. We just had not shown it on this layout. And I believe partially because the grade difference we were seeing between the two at the time.
Would you be open to a condition that said if topography allows, those parking lots would have cross connection?
Yeah, I don't think we have an objection to that as a condition.
I think that would be helpful. And if you can reduce some parking, we're starting to see more of these plans where you kind of have these islands with vehicular circulation around all four sides of it with a lot of surface parking. And so whatever you can do, given that these are residential folks who probably just want to walk over to your site and enjoy the amenities, but they're having to translate across a lot of vehicular traffic in parking lots to get there. So whatever can reduce that access and make the pedestrian experience more enjoyable.
Commissioner Sadowski, we have no objection to that.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If anybody out there would like to speak regarding docket items 8.1 or 8.2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add? So
No.
condition 26 is the traffic study.
Yeah, it talks about, we have submitted a traffic study that says that our traffic does not necessitate the improvements that are required by the Eagle Valley development, which is located to the north.
Okay. All right,
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item It's 8.1 without conditions and 8.2 with conditions, removing condition number 26 and adding a condition that the commercial property parking lots have connectivity if site allows for it and if the end users are open to it.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 8.1 and 8.2. And modifying conditions in 8.2 to remove 26 and add another one for cross access between the two commercial parking lots. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Abstaining.
just second.
You abstaining? Okay,
Didn't she second?
abstaining. She's not voting.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Have been.
Aye.
We have a quorum.
Need a quorum. I need you to vote.
Only have 3.
Okay, aye.
Okay. Commissioner Sadowski, you're an aye as well?
Yes.
Okay, so it's approved 4-0.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wouldn't have done
Sorry?
it. Wouldn't have done it.
I just didn't want.
Okay, are we ready to go back to docket item 7? Is the applicant available?
The applicant has if we got a hold of them, they're requesting a continuance to June 20th.
Okay, let's
Excuse me.
do that real quick.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket item number 7 to June 20th. Without fee.
Is that correct? June 20th?
Yes, that's correct.
Sophie.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second to continue docket item number 7 to June 20th without a fee. Take roll call on that motion, please.
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, so that case has been continued for until June 20th. As we continue to move forward, I want to check on docket item number 10. Are we able to see if another commissioner can join us for that case?
Lisa, I think you were checking to see if we had
That's
a,
what I'm doing. I'm waiting to hear back.
Okay. All right.
we just
thank you.
hold it to the end of the agenda or as soon as we hear from someone.
Yeah, I might let the applicant know
Yes.
if we can.
Is there a commissioner that we're anticipating will be available?
That'd be me.
That's,
Yes.
yeah.
No, that will be available.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Yes.
But like, is there someone that we're waiting to hear back from that in particular?
Like Commissioner Baker or Hill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Texted both of them? Great. Cool.
Okay. Let's move on into where we are, docket item number 9.
Yes.
Docket item 9 is case CPC 2023-00076. Request to rezone about 320 acres generally located west of Highway 169 along Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway from District R80 to District R7.5, R1.5, and B3-2. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners. I will share my screen. Okay, before you is docket number 9. It's Man Farm rezoning CPC 2023-76. This is a rezoning without plan. It is located in the northwest quadrant of the city, just west of Highway 169. It's roughly 320 acres. It's a very large site. Tiffany Springs Parkway is the main road cutting through east-west, and it's bordered by Platte Purchase Drive on the west as well. and Northwest 96th Street on the south. The proposal here does match what the area plan recommends. It's always been agricultural. It's zoned very, very low density. So the applicant is matching what the area plan recommends with having more commercial right next to the highway, and then transitioning from more higher density residential to low density residential as you move closer to plat purchase. Again, just here's the breakdown of the different zonings they are proposing. We anticipate that if anyone were to develop any of these sites, it would be of such a scale that you would see the project plan or development plan come back before you. But again, this is just a rezoning without plan. And I just wanted to show you there is nothing out here.
Pretty picture.
A good looking sidewalk, but nothing else is
The
there.
sky. Clouds, that's pretty.
Again, you could be in Iowa, but this is 96th Street. Staff does recommend approval for this rezoning without plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 9?
Just a quick one. He showed Platte and Clay counties that's being involved.
Yeah, the county line is on the far west side of this proposal. You can see where my cursor is. So it has just a little bit of Platte County.
So they're working with us on that portion.
They will only work with us when it comes to platting in the future, when there's future development. But with the rezoning, it's just through the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions for city staff? Is the applicant available?
It's Julia.
Oh, okay. I have promoted Perla and now I'm promoting Julia.
Hello, this is Julia Swanson with Kimley Horn. My address is 805 Pennsylvania Avenue, Suite 150. And I'm here to answer any questions you guys may have.
Okay, anything to add to the staff presentation?
No, I think Andrew did a great job. We're just trying to rezone the property at hand to the proposed zoning that he shared with you a second ago. This is consistent with the rezoning around the area. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, so at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, applicant?
No, I think everything's good.
Okay, we'll close testimony then, and if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 9 without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Burrell,
Aye.
Henders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
It looks like the motion passes then 4-0.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay. So now we're on to docket item number 10. And
Have we heard
this-
from
what's
anyone,
that?
Lisa? Okay. Unless someone needs to recuse from docket item 12, we could hear that while we're waiting on hearing back from the other commissioners for 10.
yeah, the issue with docket item 10 is I need to recuse because of one of the developers uses our firm. And unfortunately, that takes us below the quorum that we have established and didn't know that one of our commissioners had to leave early today. But that's unfortunately what happens here. So let's try, and what we're trying to do is get a hold of two other commissioners to see if one of them can join us for that case. And so with that, let's move down to docket item number 12, please. And go to that one and then come back to number 10.
Okay, docket item 12 is case CPC 2023-00063, amending the major street plan to change and amend the street typology of North Lion Creek Parkway from Northwest Berry Road to Northwest 68th Street, from a parkway to a local link. I'll be presenting this case. Larissa did help me. She helps do a lot of things, but she helped me with the staff report, but I'll present the case. And if you'll bear with me just a moment, I am in the process of sharing my screen here. Okay, so the segment of road that we're talking about is what is shown on this map. In green is the proposed parkway alignment on the current major street plan. And I realize this is a little hard to see. I'll turn on an aerial map that will help a bit in a moment. But the green line is hard to see on the aerial. So I wanted to go ahead and show you now what we're talking about with Lion Creek Parkway. What you have here at the very south end is Northwest 68th Street. So we're in the Northland. This is Highway 169, and then Gladstone is a couple blocks to the east. What we have to the left of that point or west of that point is 68th Street, where it curves south and becomes 64th, and then intersects with Interstate 29 here. At this location, there's a lot of commercial development, including a Hy-Vee that's right by the highway at that location. And then on the north end of the segment we're talking about is Berry Road, and it runs, it's one of the few roads that runs most of the length of east-west in the Northland. And on the west side here is its intersection with I-29, where Zona Rosa is located. And then on the right side is the intersection with 169, where Metro North is located. And so we're talking about approximately a 2-mile stretch between Berry Road and 68th Street. The major street plan identifies this alignment that's shown here in the dashed green line. The other streets identified currently by the major street plan that are parallel and provide a north-south connection in this area of the city are Green Hills Road, which is currently unimproved south of Berry Road. There are plans to improve that, I think, imminently, that have been approved. Those plans were designed with the assumption that Lion Creek Parkway would be built between Northwest Berry Road and Northwest 68th Street. So it's not designed essentially to be the only north-south street between I-29 and 169. Platte Purchase Drive is also shown on the major street plan. However, it has a challenging terrain issue where the segment is incomplete, which is approximately where my cursor is here. And then there's some challenges with some development that is partially in the path of extending that road potentially. The challenge with the area of Lion Creek Parkway that we're talking about is more of a natural issue or a terrain issue. And I will switch now then to the aerial map that gives you an idea of what I'm referring to. And I'll zoom in a bit. You recently approved a project called Kempton Falls, an apartment complex in this area. That same property owner owns a lot of the property in this vicinity. Then once we get south of that, there's a different property owner. And then Park Hill School District owns the bulk of the property at the south end. From 68th Street northward, the parkway has been built as a modified, basically a half-width parkway, as you can see in this photograph or in this imagery here, to provide access to Hopewell Elementary, which is a Park Hill school, and Park Hill's Lead Innovation Studio High School. But it terminates at this location. North of this point, the terrain becomes even more challenging, and you can see it's obviously quite forested as well. So the purpose of this major street plan amendment, which has been introduced by the council, was to take a closer look at whether a standard parkway is appropriate for this location. And as introduced, the ordinance would change the classification from a parkway to a local link, which the distinction between the two is not just number of lanes and how it's built, but also a local link is a public works road and a parkway is a parks road. So it does change the jurisdiction, which has a zoning impact as well. As you know, we have parkway and boulevard standards that would no longer apply if we change that designation. So we've worked with the property owner and the applicant, Ms. Jensen and Gary Hayes, to identify how we can retain this as a parkway and also make sure that we have a through street between Berry Road and Northwest 68th, because those are the primary concerns of both the city planning department as well as the public works department and the parks department. So we have discussed internally and worked externally with the property owner. And what has been identified is the plan that is attached to staff report for this. So we're at the north end of the segment, and the parkway would extend south of its current terminus at Berry Road on the north, and come to a point where there's a roundabout here. I realize that's a little hard to see. And you approved this already on the Kempton Falls plan that you've approved. And you might recall there was extensive discussion at that time about what happens with this roundabout and where the parkway goes beyond that. This plan identifies what would happen. It would cross the stream in this approximate location here, which would allow us to put a trail. The trail was also part of that discussion, where Parks Department at that time wanted a trail crossing at this location. And ultimately what was agreed upon, I think, by this commission was that it should cross with the road, wherever that road is. Now we're showing you where it would approximately be, just to the southeast. And then the road would extend over to near the east property line. The main purpose of this is to get the parkway. It will remain a parkway, but the main purpose of this is to get it away out of the roughest parts of the terrain and away from the solid forested areas. It will obviously require some removal of trees and also require still a considerable amount of grading to do the road itself. But it gets it away from that, the most sensitive area. The other thing that's been done is not just an alignment change, but a change to the actual construction standard for the parkway to make this similar in terms of construction to a local residential street, and which would help it to match the half parkway segment that exists at the very south end of the development. That is unusual, and we're calling this a special segment. So in the major street plan, it would be clear that those modified standards apply only to this segment because of the unique natural aspects of this property. But the Parks Department has reviewed those modified standards and has accepted them. And we believe overall, I'm sorry, I don't have an exhibit showing this, but the street would continue south through this property, where it would connect with the roundabout down here, with the goal of keeping it as far to the east as possible, where the terrain is less difficult. So we believe this is the best solution because we do preserve a connection that allows people to go all the way from Riverside on the south end, from Wacomish Drive at I-29, all the way up to Lion Creek Parkway, where it's currently built. And as you know, that parkway continues northward, very close to the rezoning you just approved off of Tiffany Springs Parkway, and also through the Twin Creeks development that's being developed right now. So it is critical to our departments that we maintain some sort of connection through here so that people can traverse north-south without relying too heavily on Green Hills Road or the highways. That concludes my presentation.
So just again, the limits of this approval is basically 79th up to the roundabout, or is it from 68th all the way up to Berry?
It would be 68th to Berry because the segment at the very south end closest to 68th still shows as a standard parkway. And there was considerable discussion, even when we approved the plans for those two schools, about whether it was wise to have a full width parkway built through this area in general. And I don't believe that's ultimately what influenced the decision for the half width parkway construction. I think it was just that's all that was needed now to get access to the two schools. But the Parks Department and looking at this whole segment between Berry Road and 68th Street does believe that just the 2-lane portion is what's most appropriate for this stretch between Berry Road and 68th Street. Whole stretch.
And the construction of this road is part of the development that occurs there? Is it part of the arterial impact fees, or is it?
It would remain
Parkway?
subject to that because it's on the street plan, major street plan.
Okay.
So it would remain a parkway and have the same parkway zoning restrictions. And I believe the modified, there's modified design criteria on this exhibit that Parks Department has accepted. And I don't want to speak out of turn. Maybe we can ask Perla to specify. I do believe we're preserving a trail on one side of it. Is that right?
Yeah,
That's
correct.
Yeah. So there are elements of what you would traditionally find in a parkway that are retained, but the actual between the curbs, the street construction itself would be like a typical residential street. And it would be a through street. It wouldn't be a cul-de-sac or anything like that.
And would it still be then under the maintenance and operation of the Parks Department?
That's
not
correct.
Public Works, okay. Any other questions for city staff?
Yes. There was an area where
You
it,
speak in your
oh,
microphone.
that's right. There was an area where after it came across the bridge and then came down,
Hmm.
that looked like it was housing to the east of that.
Mhm.
Is there a street from that housing that connects into this road?
That's another reason why we support it is there is ability to stub this Northwest 79th Terrace. This is a different property owner down here, but once it's extended, there would be ability to connect into this neighborhood,
Okay.
which frankly needs some more connectivity. It's very circuitous layout of this neighborhood, and there's really only one way to get out, and it's up to Berry Road.
That is
So this
actually
would-
my neighborhood.
That's it.
I can
Well, you-
spot my house on there.
You'd be glad to have some more versatility in getting out, huh? So yeah, that's not what we're discussing, but they can connect that to make that, okay.
Right. It would provide greater access to other properties, which are frankly pretty hard to access over here. These are all separate properties over here as well. With the parkway way down here, it would be very unlikely that anyone could feasibly or economically extend a road to get access to these properties. So I do think it's better overall for the city in terms of getting it away from the most sensitive environmental areas and getting access to properties that lack access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Sadowski, I guess can't see you. You're like a little tiny picture there. Sorry.
I'm good. Sorry, my nodding might not be clear.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and welcome the applicants then. Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Chair, Patricia Jensen with Ross Fritz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue, and Gary Hayes with MD Management. I think Joe has spent some time explaining the process we've had over the past several months to discuss this. If you all haven't walked the Line Creek Trail, I'm sure Chairman Crowell has walked the Line Creek Trail. It is one of the hidden beauties remaining in Kansas City in that area. So we believe the solutions that we've arrived at with both Parks, James Wang, and then both Joe and Larissa have really resulted in a good result to maintain the park, but also respect the topography and deal with the special standards that are there. So with that, if Gary wants to add anything, we would ask for your approval.
Really don't have anything to add. I mean, my whole intent was basically to keep the integrity of that trail in place and to minimize the noise and the sounds and everything that you hear other than nature when you're walking that trail. And I think we've accomplished that with the assistance of Joe and with James with the Parks Department.
So how far is the trail from this road we're looking at?
The trail comes up pretty close to the blue. You can't hardly see that, but the main trail basically goes right down through the heart of the drainage and so forth. And but as far as connectivity, we've got a couple of points to be able to connect to that trail.
I'm thinking people can pull over from the street and go walking.
There's a parking area on the north side of Berry Road.
Yeah.
And that is also where there is both an above ground crossing and there's a below ground
We
crossing.
talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We did.
Yeah,
yeah, under the road. Okay.
right.
And I've even talked about two parks as this development occurs of donating some additional ground in the proximity of that trailhead for additional parking. So.
Okay. I remember that part. Okay. But I was looking down here at the bottom part. Okay.
Yeah, you can see the trail in this aerial photograph. It mainly hugs the creek. It doesn't right here, but there's actually a big ravine that runs through this area. So that's why. So this would probably be the closest location where the trail is, aside from where the road will cross up here. This will be the next closest location between the proposed road and the trail.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so I guess we're ready. We've done public comment already. We need to do that. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 12, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add on this particular project?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. I'll take a motion or we can discuss amongst ourselves.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 12 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 12. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 4-0. Thank you for bringing it in. Okay, we're back to docket item number 10. We have a commissioner that's able to join us. Commissioner Enders, did you text or?
I didn't.
I've emailed and I haven't heard from any of them either. So that kind of puts us in a conundrum on this particular docket item number 10, because I need to recuse, and that takes us below quorum on this particular docket item.
So this one we were gonna talk to Olafur about it continuing anyway, right?
Yes, but I believe they want to hear the case. They want to move forward with it.
Oh, okay.
Staff always supported moving forward with it. The developer of the property to the west, who filed the major street plan amendment application at our request, initially wanted it held, but then it agreed this morning to proceed with hearing it. I mean, all you can do is let it go to June 20th meeting without a quorum.
Yeah, I think
Anything we
that's
can do.
the only option that we have at this point in time, unfortunately. So we'll have to continue docket item number 10 to the June 20th meeting without fee. So I'll need a motion on that, please.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to, go
Real
ahead.
quick, before you call the vote, Roxanne Coke has raised her hand. I don't know if you would like to hear from her regarding the continuance. Maybe there's a different date
Okay,
she would prefer.
yep, let's do that.
She has accepted, should be joining momentarily.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Excuse me while I unmute myself. Good afternoon, Roxanne Coca Pulsinelli representing the applicant. Appreciate your time today. I guess my question is whether or not there's any opportunity at all to pause for 10 minutes while we find another commissioner so we can move this forward. It is our understanding that staff is telling us that we can't move forward any of other ordinances that are pending to move forward until this is done, unless Joe Rexwinkle can answer my question as to whether or not we can proceed with our other ordinances and come back to this.
I think we've gone through our whole agenda for our docketed items, so this is the last one, but we've been trying to get a hold of two other commissioners to see if they could join for this particular case. I've been doing that for the last hour.
Commissioner Baker just texted, so let's
Can you
see.
join us? I mean, I'd love to be able to do that.
In the meantime, while that we're finding out, the commission, Ms. Coke, the commission passed a condition when they approved the development plan that says that we either time it such that the development plan not go forward to council until the major street plan amendment catches up, or that the plan is revised through a minor amendment to reflect what ultimately is approved by the council in the major street plan amendment. So I'm only asking that we retain that condition at council. I know that at one point, or at least my recollection is at one point, you were concerned with that condition. But if we can keep that in the ordinance, once it passes council, there's no reason the development plan can't move forward.
So our development plan can move forward to council tomorrow, but we also have our ordinance with regard to the actual approval of the acquisition and sale of the transfer of the parkway itself as well.
I'm not familiar with that ordinance, so I can't speak to that, but I know that the development plan, we've conditioned it in such a way that your development plan can move forward and get approved by council. And then this major street plan, once it comes out of CPC, can go to council. And if it's different than what your development plan shows, if the alignments don't match up, you would just be having to do a major amendment or a minor amendment to that plan later to change it to reflect the alignment. Olfu, you want to?
Mr. Chairman, they can also amend the plan since they agreed to relocate the outlet point.
Yeah, I don't think we should get into that since we don't have a quorum.
But they can amend the plan too,
Yeah.
so that will reflect what we're agreeing to. If you want to do that, Roxanne, then you don't have to do a minor amendment down the road.
I'm not following you, Olofu, on that. If you could say that one more time.
We're both just saying that there seems to be a misunderstanding. We don't believe you need to delay the development plan at all, as long as you're willing to be okay with the condition that CPC recommended. That we support, that we asked for, that CPC also recommended, that asked for an amendment to the development plan in the event it gets approved and the alignments don't match up.
And we can move forward with a minor amendment,
Yeah,
the language. Okay.
yeah, yep.
So with that, if we don't have another member that's available to hear the case today, then we would like the shortest continuance possible so we can keep these moving as quickly as possible.
Commissioner Baker's downloading Zoom or Teams, whichever we use, to his phone right now and should be joining shortly.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
That's it. You
We
said,
sent him the link.
okay.
Okay.
Up there he is. So with that, I'm going to recuse, and Commissioner Enders, can you take this one over?
Yeah.
Forgot about that part.
You've shown such leadership.
You forgot about that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Baker. We're at the final item. Joe, could you go ahead and open the case, please?
Yeah, it is docket item 10, case CPC 2023-00068, a request to approve an amendment to the major street plan regarding the alignment of Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway between North Congress Avenue on the east to a point about 7,000 feet west of North Amity Avenue. Olufuk Baji is the staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Pull this up, make sure I share my screen. Here. Okay, this is going to be the fastest presentation, so.
That's what I promised Commissioner Baker, so that's good.
This, again, just like the case before, this is a request to amend the major street plan, and this is located in the Northland. And per our prior discussion, this is for the Tiffany Springs Logistic Center. This went through or came through CPC back in May, the last CPC meeting, May 16th. This is located just off 29 on the east, 152 on the south, and then the airport, KCI International, to the north of the site. Again, the site is the extension of existing Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway that runs from Tiffany Springs runs from 169 all the way across through 29, and then the stop right now stops just past Congress, and which is where Drury Inn and Cracker Barrel is. So this is the proposed alignment that runs all the way through to Mark McHenry Park on Northampton on the west. So again, it's simple, straight request. That section of the park, based on our last presentation, has already been removed from the system, and the accompanying ordinance tomorrow that will be introduced will be to then sell that land to the developer. And as a result of the proposed development, this has been aligned 300 feet south. So we need to amend the major street plan to reflect the new and proposed alignment. I'm going to be real quick on my presentation since the developers have agreed to staff's recommendation to move the exit point or the connection. But the approved plan that was approved back in May 16th approved 3.7 million square feet of logistic office warehouse in 3 phases on 7 lots. And again, this is extension of Tiffany Spring Park with phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 coming within this area. This is the approved plan, the CPC approved, that's going to be going to City Council shortly. So again, this is the new location of Tiffany Springs Parkway. This is the major street plan, and this is existing Tiffany Parkway with a new alignment to coming down and meet right around Amity. So I go back to this plan to just show you the location of the existing and then the proposed. This is a exhibit that was shared by the developer as part of the development plan, and they are relocating Tiffany Spring Parkway to this point, and thereby we have to amend it to figure out how to get it westward. So, and in reviewing this, this is the proposed or the current location, and this is the current location proposed by the development plan. This is the exhibit they also proposed in terms of removing this location to bring it down south 600 feet. And this is an exhibit that staff created to show ownership and also show the impact it has on the adjoining property. So this proposed alignment after the last meeting, staff went in and did further research and met with both Parks and Rec to find out how we're going to align this. So this has conflict with an existing asphalt batch plant that's located right at this, and I'll show you the exhibit for that. So with that, it also provided other conflict with this area. So staff has asked the developer again, this is an I just made this up to show the current asphalt plant that's on the west side of Amity. And with this location, this comes right here in conflict with both their driveway and an existing stormwater detention facility. So I went there and then took pictures. This is the North Amity looking north from the existing facility. This is looking south from the northerly driveway. This is the concrete asphalt batch plant, not concrete, sorry. Asphalt plant that's existing at this location. This is looking westward from Amity into the site. So this is an existing development at this site. This is the detention facility that's along Amity. And a closer look at that. So staff's recommendation for this, which is approval subject to the developer moving this alignment to just go in here, and I'll tell you why it makes sense in a minute. Since then, they've agreed to do this. So that's why I'm skipping and trying to run through all of this. They've agreed to move this alignment to a point where it does not have impact with this development. So in the zoning code, we do not have criteria to review street alignment, which, as the prior case that Joe just handled, it's staff trying to find a way to make this amendment and alignment work with existing development and our existing practices. So in reviewing this alignment, I just came up with the following 4 criteria. One of them, which is conflict with existing development. I showed you the asphalt plant across the street. And then with that, we also look at trying to put this new alignment now to be sensitive to existing natural resources. In this case, there's existing regulated stream, riparian vegetation, floodplains, and floodway. In the case we just heard before, they were trying to avoid impact on existing vegetation. And this is one of the criteria. I also did a proximity to existing city-owned property to avoid purchase of the right-of-way in future and also to avoid condemnation. And in this case, the existing alignment puts the parkway on city-owned property, which is the KCI property. And we want them to get it to a point where it just goes out there as soon as possible. And then the overall network connectivity. So with that, staff's recommendation is for approval with conditions. And prior to this meeting, the applicant did agree to it, and they have agreed to move this 120 feet northwards to then align and put it on city property as requested by staff. So that ends my presentation, and my recommendation is for approval, subject to the one condition to align it to get on city properties.
Thanks. And was that condition number 5? Or what was, did you show a condition in at the beginning of your report?
No, those were my criteria. Those were my review criteria. I only had one condition. So
gotcha. Any questions for staff?
I have a question. So Olafu, you're saying that based on your top two criteria, the first, if you wouldn't mind going back to that, based on the new location, it is no longer going to be intersecting with any existing development, including the asphalt plant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the second one, it does not interfere with any natural resources along that new pathway, correct?
What's going to happen is since they've agreed to move it and take it from this conflict, once we get it on city-owned property, we will now realign it. So the concept or your approval today will say, okay, move this to this position 120 feet north. That then aligns it here. We will find a way to get it and cross this regulated stream at the least impactful area and then keep it on city property and we'll just take the alignment. Once it meets the existing alignment beyond the least impactful area, we would then move forward. So what you have here is not what is being proposed to be approved, since the developer just agreed to relocate it about an hour before we came to this meeting.
Okay, okay. That makes sense. It seems like a better solution.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to the applicant if the applicant has anything to add.
I think good afternoon again, Roxanne Koch Pulsinelli for the applicant today. Just one clarification, just to be clear, I think this is and Alofu, I don't know if you saw the more recent update that we sent you. It reaches Amity at that point where you show, but we do show that we start that move north of the alignment further to the east than you show on your plan, so that we've got more of a linear movement of the parkway.
Yeah,
I do have that.
and you and I can talk offline in terms of what I want to see with the development plan. So we'll just go ahead with a proposed realignment, and what we'll do after that, we can talk about that.
Okay.
I mean, the big picture here is, as you know, as you recall, this plan proposes warehouse logistics type facilities. Those are large footprint. The parkway right of way curves around through the middle of the property, which would preclude the ability to do the uses that you've already approved. So there's no dispute that the parkway needs to be realigned. The major street plan needs to be realigned. It hasn't been built yet, so there's not really a big issue with any of that. We just want to make sure that where it leaves this development site, can be extended further west from there without, serious financial implications for the city or affecting a private property owner in a negative way.
Okay. Yeah. And as long as we're just clear that I just wanted to make sure we don't have to make that sharp move to the north.
No.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? We'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony if there is any.
Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fritz Law Firm here on behalf of Idecker, which is the owner of the asphalt plant. We appreciate Joe and Olafu's work on this, as well as the applicant's work on this to accommodate the alignment of the road so it doesn't go straight through our newly constructed asphalt plant.
There, no one on. Great. We'll close.
Oh, I'm
public-
sorry. You were asking me if there's.
Yeah.
I'm tired, I guess. Yeah, there is one person who has raised their hand named Kevin, and I'm promoting Kevin now.
Kevin, once you've been able to switch over, if you'd state your name and address for the record, then you can go ahead and begin with your testimony.
And I'm prompting him to unmute.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, the name is Kevin Hay. That's spelled H-E-Y. My address is 9947 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64153. And I just wanted to get a couple points of clarity. I'm a lifelong resident of Tiffany Springs. As far as the road going in, any relative time frame that anyone can share in regards to when that might be?
I don't believe in speaking with Parks that they have any immediate plans. However, what often happens is if the road is needed for access by a property owner because they're developing the property, they often have to build a portion of it, like Park Hill School District did on the last case. And I believe this developer is doing east of Amity. So I think that's more likely to occur in the near term than the city actually going in and building the parkway to full parkway standards west of Amity.
Okay, thank you very much. And in regards to access, that was the other major question that I had. And that is North Amity Avenue is the road that connects the Idecker plant to the rest of the world. And I was noticing on the site plan that it looks like Amity, the long-term plan is to have Amity Road redirected. Is that a correct assumption or no?
I believe that is correct, that the existing major street plan shows Amity Avenue swinging to the west so that it would align with Northwest Transcon Drive north of the creek. And if anyone needs us to show you what we're talking about, we're happy to do that. But yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, when that happens, as far as the redirection of North Amity Avenue, as far as the current North Amity Avenue that goes straight to the plant, would that, and it goes up to 104th Street, would that road actually be eventually shut down?
I don't know.
Okay. That's a fair answer. Those are all the questions that I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else the applicant wants to add?
No, thank you. We appreciate everybody coming together for a quorum today, and I know it's been a long day. We appreciate your time.
Great, thanks. All right, so we are looking for a motion and there's just the one condition, correct?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that docket number 10 be approved with the one condition as stated.
Great. Docket item number 10, there's it's been moved and seconded. And we'll go ahead with roll call.
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Great.
Okay. Thank you for taking care of that. Thanks for joining us, Commissioner Baker, to see that come through, but it looks like that docket item was approved 4-0. Correct? Yeah. Is there anything else to come before the Planning Commission today? Okay. So I've got
I won't be here next time.
who won't be here next time? Can we kind of go through that real quick?
I won't be here election. Election.
I think Commissioner Hill will be out again.
I will also not be here.
So
Commissioner
that's
Baker,
3.
are you here on June 20th?
Oh, you're muted. James.
I'll be here.
Okay. Sounds good. So it makes, and I don't think Allender will be here either.
Oh, he won't? Okay.
No, he's
Wasn't Paul gone the last election as well? Wasn't he doing something election related?
so we probably need to figure
probably
that out sooner than later, who's going to make the commissioner or not, because
Let's do it today.
on June 20th, but because if we don't have a quorum, I mean, I
We
think I
can't do anything.
didn't want to schedule the second one in August, but I know it's too late to do that, but
Last fifth one that we canceled.
I'd be having that one too. Yeah,
Well, you do have 2 in August this year because you don't have 2 in July.
that's right.
Because
You're absolutely right.
first Tuesday in July is 4th of July.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, I think, Lisa, we need to confirm our quorum for the next meeting due to the election.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Welcome.
We eventually think of it, but usually when it's too
Well,
late.
yeah, I know it's a tough deal where
Yeah.
it's a volunteer job and we try to make it as much as we can. And I know things that people are relying on us to be here.
Mhm.
So we'll make sure we're here.
Got to give advance notice so that we.
All right. So thank you. So with that, let's end the meeting here. Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
As well.